Welcome to the regularly scheduled committee meeting of the Board of Directors for North Penn School District. Tonight we will discuss a variety of issues. Many of you are here because of the first one, the budget discussions. Please note that if you do wish to address the board, the questions will come after each one of the different items. After, in fact, the board has asked their questions, then we'll open it up to audience participation. Please limit to your comments to 5 minutes. When you come, wait to come to the microphone until I recognize you, and then state your name and address for the record. Please, again, limit your comments to 5 minutes since we have a lot of people and we'd like everyone to get their comments in that wish to speak. The first thing tonight, I'm apologizing for the change in location, but as you can see, the ESC would not have held all these people. Secondly, we also have some students who will receive some awards tonight, some proclamations, and I apologize to the parents that came early for that, but we had to delay, unfortunately, so that the people could come up from the ESC. So thank you for your patience. At which time, Mr. Weir, would you assist me with the proclamations?
It's always a pleasure to welcome students, to receive proclamations, to assist the board president in that responsibility. We're always appreciative of the parents who accompany their students to receive the proclamations. As I announce on these occasions, the proclamations begin with a generic opening, and then they're customized, if you will, for each of the student recipients. I will read the proclamation once only, and then we will explain the reason for each of the students being present. Whereas many North Penn School District students individually and collectively perform distinguished service to their school in many activities, and whereas the reputation and the image of the North Penn School District is built and enhanced by the performance of its faculty and students, and whereas the accomplishments of individual students in academic, artistic, athletic, leadership, literary, and musical endeavors bring positive community interest in school programs, and whereas the future of any community rests in the hands of its responsible youth. And then there's a paragraph which explains why the student is receiving the proclamation. The first proclamation tonight will be awarded to a North Penn High School student who is also a student at our neighbor school next door, the Vocational Technical School, to have a new name next year. Right, Dr. Irvin? I'd like to introduce the director of the Vocational Technical School, and I want you to welcome, please, Dr. Irvin, and he will call the student forward and explain why the student is being given this proclamation. Would you please?
I'd like to recognize Dale Nace. Dale's a senior in our building who has accomplished a number of things in his stay with us. He's been the president of North Monco Vocational Technical Honor Society, which required very high academic standards in combination with skill training performance at the Votech School. He's also been an officer in our Vocational Industrial Clubs of America. He was a district winner in the Vocational Industrial Clubs of America competitions in marine mechanics. He has demonstrated himself time and again as an outstanding student leader, and he represents our school extremely well. I'm very proud and very pleased to say that Dale is our Vocational Student of the Year, and he has really earned this honor. Over the past couple of years, we've had the opportunity to employ Dale at the school. He was involved in a number of activities, helping to renovate the school, and I think he's going to make somebody an outstanding employee someday.
I'd like to invite Dr. Mario Berlanda to come to the podium, please. Dr. Berlanda, I think perhaps if you use this, if I share this podium with you, it might be better for the audience and the cameras. Dr. Berlanda will be introducing 5 students who have been selected for the prestigious honor of attending the governor's schools, and he'll introduce each of those 5 students and explain the school that they've been selected to attend.
Gives me great honor and privilege to be here tonight to present to you these 5 students who have been selected as part of a very prestigious group statewide. Governor's School of Excellence is a program that is designed to recognize students statewide for an extremely competitive but yet selective focus on a particular study that they have chosen: arts, sciences, international studies, agriculture, health professions, and teaching. We this year are represented by these 5 students in 3 of those 6 areas, and in the selection of these students, the total recipients statewide number only about 550. So it gives you some idea of the intensive screening both at the local, regional, and then state level that begins in early fall for 10th and 11th graders. These 5 students that I'm presenting to you tonight are members of the class of '95, and an extremely, extremely talented group of students. First recipient, Tori Howe. Tori will be attending the Governor's School for the Sciences, and this is a 5-week, all-expense-paid program of intense study at Carnegie Mellon University in Pittsburgh. Second recipient, Amy Sin. Amy will be attending the Governor's School of Excellence for the Arts at Mercyhurst College in Erie. Michael Sag. Michael will be attending the Governor's School of Excellence for the Arts at Mercyhurst College, also in Erie. Cheryl Skazat. Cheryl will be attending the Governor's School of Excellence for International Studies at the University of Pittsburgh. Ben Sprouse. Ben will be attending the Governor's School of Excellence for International Studies, also at the University of Pittsburgh.
Give another hand for all the students.
We invited junior high school teacher Hella Benj to be here tonight to introduce the students who earned outstanding awards and accomplishments in the Latin exams. These are national Latin exams, and I'll tell you a little bit about them because Hella Benj couldn't be here tonight. She had a conflict, and she sends her regrets. She wishes she were here. For the Latin 1 awards, 36,147 students took the test nationwide, or worldwide, if you will, because it extends beyond the boundaries of the continental United States and the 2 extras. Of those 36,147 students who took the award, there were 1,938 gold medals. So I would like to introduce first Josephine Drew, who is a gold medal winner in Latin 1. Also in Latin 1, we have silver medalists, and I would like to call forward, please, Ryan McCarthy. Sean Chickarone, Megan Ower, Benjamin Ingram, and Patrick Reese. We'll also call forward the Latin II winners. For the gold medal in Latin II, there were 23,499 who took the exam. 1,380 students won gold medals. And the gold medalist in Latin II is Michael Thacker. The silver medalists in Latin II include Kristen Brunette, Alyssa Klein, Andrew Lanzone, Loretta Lewis, Jin Moon, and William Treichel, silver medalists.
We'll take a 5-minute recess so that the board members can congratulate the students, and then we'll resume the meeting. The first item on the agenda is discussion of the general fund and the capital expenditure budget for the upcoming fiscal year. As a result of 4 specific meetings that we've had to review the budget and a subsequent review session or a short review session at one of our other meetings, we've given it a lot of thought, a lot of concern from folks in the community, and we've looked at ways to reduce the budget. At this time, some of the items that we've recommended to the administration, they've looked at and have come back with us with a proposal for eliminating some slots and making some changes. So I'll turn it over to Dr. Elko for those changes.
Thank you, Mr. Bowman. As Mr. Bowman indicated, and also as Mr. Rettkamp has indicated throughout the budget process, the administration would continue to look and see if there were ways that we could reduce expenditures. We have a very short list of items that we can reduce at this point, or we would recommend reducing from the budget. Community is aware, the board is aware, we had 28 new positions in this budget, and looking at those positions without changing our class size guidelines, I would say without changing our class size guidelines or curtailing programs, we can reduce by 2.5 positions. Now that our secondary students have completed their course selection process, instead of 28 new positions, we can move that down to 25.5 positions. Looks like a secondary music position, 1 less position, 1 less foreign language position, and a half less math position. That represents about $112,500 in this budget. In addition to that, the instructional directors also looked at the enrollments and are able to reduce about $22,000 in supplies and material accounts. In addition to that, Dr. Venema is able to reduce a extracurricular coordinator position, a part-time position, and an AV coordinator position. That's about another $7,000. So our net reductions in expenditures is about $141,550. In addition to the general fund budget, you have in your packets tonight a capital expenditure budget. The administration is recommending that we change our computer acquisition plan and go to one of the options that would produce $141,640 in savings. In addition to that, you'll see on page 18 we've reduced a few AV items. They're just handwritten notes because we continue to work on this capital equipment budget. On page 19, some $4,900 in music equipment. Page 21, approximately $3,300 in science equipment. Page 22, $420 in home ec equipment. And page 24, $1,500 in sports equipment. If you're quick at adding, you will see that that's a reduction of about $152,000 in the capital equipment budget. They are the administration's reductions to date, Mr. Bowman.
Thank you, Dr. Alcal. Any questions from the board regarding those particular cuts of Dr. Alcal? Also, I'd like to announce tonight, as a result of the budget deliberations, the board is recommending that we reevaluate our negotiating position with the bargaining unit, and therefore we're going to recommend that we reduce the general fund dollar amounts by $1.5 million, which is roughly 5.5 mils. Any other items from the board that we want to present at this time for recommended ideas for further changes in the budget?
No, Mr. Bowman, that the find my numbers here. The $141,000 the administration is recommending reducing, plus the 5.5 mils you just mentioned, would represent about 6 mils. So the budget, for the benefit of the audience, would go from a 25 mil increase to a 19 mil increase at this point.
Okay, open for board discussion? Ideas, comments, questions, or concerns? It's the first time I've ever heard you this silent.
Wait a minute.
Oh, okay.
We need the mics.
Renewed my faith in you.
There were some recommendations that were given to us by board members and by people of the communities and North Penn Taxpayers Association in particular. I'd like to address those if we can and see what the impact is and get a consensus about them. Of course, I forgot my letter, so how about, Terry, do you want to start with yours and we can work on them there? Sorry, Terry.
I can't hear you.
Did you find the
Carmen.
letter?
Speak up.
Terry's going to start with her recommendations.
Okay, let us give us a chance to shuffle all of our papers here. I got that one. There's Donna's. Okay, Barry? Shoot.
One of the things I had requested was some documented research on class size guidelines. Do we have any?
Mrs. Prokowski, I believe Mr. Keffer mentioned to you that there's a great deal of research available that we will provide you with. Charlie, do you want to summarize some of that research just very quickly?
The research on class size is not entirely conclusive, but it does say, Mrs. Prokowski, that class sizes between 12 and 15 make a significant improvement in academic performance. I think we all recognize that those figures are not realistic in public education. The research further suggests that academically performance would tend to increase once one gets into, or would decline once you got somewhere beyond 30 youngsters in a group. Between those 2 points, academically, the research does not support any specific number if one judges success by test scores alone. I think that beyond that, it is important to recognize that in addition to academic performance scores that can be measured in black and white, in a black and white way, I think it's a widely held perception of many educators and most parents that smaller class sizes are preferable to larger ones. We live in an age when children have many needs in the classroom, and often those needs go beyond their academic needs. I will tell you from personal experience as a teacher and more subsequently as a principal that increasingly there are children who come to school and need someone who would give them a greater degree of personalized attention. I think we understand some of the changing natures of families, one-parent households, single parents who frequently are busy at work. Sometimes both parents are busy at work, and quite honestly, and maybe regretfully, there isn't the time for children in many families that there once was. So I think those are factors that one needs to consider in addition to the academic relationship with class size.
Other items, Council?
I'd like to comment further. I think that over the last 5 years, the only time the board has moved on class size, it tends to be more supported by political considerations. The last time the board did it, I was not on the board. It was in a bad budget year like this year was. They increased, how many in the secondary, Don?
About one or two, it depends on the type of course that it's doing.
That's correct. And I believe the decision, I was in the audience at the time, was not to do it in the elementary grades, because I think the research, and I appreciate, Don, I do have one of the books that you sent me, and I'm reading it, that class sizes in the lower grades has a much greater impact than in the higher grades, and that in fact over the last 5 or 6 years the only move has been done in a bad budget year, and it's a political move, because you can stack up on either side of whatever issue you want to get to as high as you want to stack it, the studies and the literature. It's which ones you believe. And I believe, and I think that most of this community believes, if you put more kids in the class, you are not going to favorably impact education.
Okay, Terry, you want to try another one?
I'd like to go back to that one.
You had some other ideas on your memo?
User fees.
User fees, and we already discussed that at length and decided it would net us about what, 60K?
High school only, Don, was that 60,000?
Depending on the amount that would be charged and whether you would charge high school students or middle school students, if it were to be a $50 charge for every student who participated in every activity, it'd be about $60,000 if you charged it at both the high school and the middle school level, about $35,000 for just the high school. Those are the figures that I gave you last time.
My statement also mentioned accepting non-public school students on a fee-paid basis. Was that ever looked into?
We've never considered that.
I don't understand what you're talking about.
I'd like to follow up with Terry's. As you know, that I was one of the people that went out and had the administration look at, can we charge a general activity fee instead of a per activity fee for the students that choose to participate, and I think the legal answer was no. The problem that I've had with the per activity fee is the administration tends to tie up so much time that in effect it costs you more than you make. Does the administration feel that if we would go to it, I don't have a problem for paying for those kind of services for the people that use them, as long as there is a reasonable way for those people who can't afford it to participate anyhow? Do you see an effective way to administer that so that the kids who can't afford it would not be identified, and yet it would produce some revenue, be it 25 or 35, you can come up with the number?
Well, certainly there'd be some administrative costs with the collection, the monitoring of all that, making sure that each student paid their fee before they participated. But there are costs as it relates to time associated with that. Our athletic director would be responsible for much of that, but it would depend on how extensive the user fee program would go. If it would be an all-student a fee for anyone who participated in any of the activities, it would involve more people. It's difficult to say how much time it would take until some kind of user fee program were to be defined. Certainly I have concerns about how many students may not participate if we introduced a user fee program We would also need to consider those students who might not be able to afford it and how we might provide for them differently. Those are some of the things that have to be thought about in the process, in the consideration of any program like that.
Is there any feeling on the board, do we want the administration to proceed with this item any further?
I'd like a little bit more information. I mean, I'm quite disturbed that of the numbers that Don, you, and Doc had provided us on the number of students that participate in sports and activities. I believe, off the top of my head, it's not in front of me, but I believe in the junior high or the middle school level, it was 24 or 26% of the student population. It's about a quarter. And in the high school, it was about the same.
No, it's students who participate in at least one sport or activity at the high school.
Right.
That number is about 1,350 students, which is 61% of the population are involved in something.
Well, then it was a sports program that's only a quarter of the population?
Students who are in more than one sport or activity is 35%.
How much?
So we do have 35%. 35%.
Okay, well, where were the 24 and 28% coming from? Now, the activities, certainly on the high school level, a large portion of them are the music students and the band students. But I was really surprised at the low participation of students in, maybe it was the sports area.
In the junior high school, I think that's the figure you're remembering.
Okay.
26% of the student body
Thank you.
participates in athletics.
Okay.
And of course, they're involved in other things than
Sure,
other
but
students.
I think a
in other-
quarter of the student population involved in sports and the monies that we, put into it the monies are considerable, and it's a shame that more students are taking advantage. So I think Terry's suggestion about is there any possibility of filling in those teams or filling the ranks in with non-publics isn't such a shabby idea. But in light of...
Remember that when you talk about sports at that level, because of our grade level realignment, we are increasing the opportunities. Some of that participation is based on opportunities, and we're going to have more 8th grade, 7th grade, and 9th grade teams because of our new alignment, and which would naturally increase the participation.
Okay.
Remember
The night that we had the activity fee discussion, I was really disappointed the number of kids that are involved in the activities, the low number. I know a lot of students work nowadays, and I know that there's times that, there's other mitigating circumstances. The other thing that came up the night we discussed activity fees or gate receipts was discussed, is the fact that we charge students the same amount of money to attend football games, basketball games, and I really feel that those students that are coming in from another school district or another town to attend our events, that they pay more, and that those fees are adjusted, that they pay more than our students do, because of the increased amount of money we're now paying for security and police protection at the night games and the activities.
Let me comment on that at
Okay.
this point. The fees that are charged for those few sports, or those sports that we
Correct.
charge admission fees, is a standard rate in the Suburban One League. For example, the adult ticket, I believe, is $3. The student ticket is $2.
Okay.
That's a standard across the league. There's no distinction between students from the home school and the visiting school across the league. I'm not sure whether that's the gentleman's agreement amongst the league or not. Don Ryan would need to
Don, my
indicate
question
that.
isn't our students or our opponents. It is those students that come for no other reason than to hang out and have contributed to many of the problems that we have had at these events, at these, particularly the football games, and I'm getting that information from your department.
Well, I'd certainly like to be able to predict who those might be, but
Well,
would
student
be
IDs do
difficult.
that, Don.
Student IDs,
Whether they produce them from the opposing team, whether they produce them from our home school here. Students have IDs, that's all that's necessary. And if we are doing babysitting for other people's kids who are coming in from other towns, we should have to do it for an additional price.
As far as my comment on the user fee, I have a big problem with it for various reasons. More so, when you're talking about 26% participation in athletics at the junior high school, realize that a lot of cuts are made. A lot of kids do go out for the team, but they just don't make the team. So, that's a whole different scenario. It's not that a lot of them don't try out. We certainly have enough to fill our ranks. The problem with the user fee, as I see, and Dr. Venema has pointed out, is that there are people in the community who cannot afford that user fee, and they would not allow their children to even try out for the athletic or the extracurricular activity because they can't afford it. And to me, eliminating anything for a child and allowing them not to have that access is wrong in a public school area. So I would not be in favor of a user fee.
Well,
Jerry,
want another one?
That's the end on, yeah, spring, keep
Oh, no, I
coming.
have 13 here.
I know, I saw them
Let's see.
last in grade school. You bring that one
Extra duty pay?
up? No.
Hiring freeze. We got that one already. No, we didn't.
Speak in the mic, speak in the mic.
When I'm ready. Hiring freeze? Okay. Some of these have to do with the teacher's contract, and I won't bring them up.
Great.
Elementary program of studies. I asked you to put Latin in.
I had a hard enough time within high school.
Terry, I think at the last meeting, we were all concerned about the language and the language program and ramping that because of the class sizes of 9 or 10 or what all. I think the program of studies, I'm not sure if we would incorporate it across the board. I would imagine we would incorporate it K through 12, but as we talked as Dr. Veneman was talking, we had said that probably by September we would look at that and bring it back to the board and reevaluate that as one of the things that we need to look at.
Elementary Latin.
Well, it'll be interesting to see if we can get that, but it's
it'd be
certainly
great.
something, languages to me have always been important since I'm bilingual, but I think it has to be done at an early age, and unfortunately, I don't see it being done early enough. So, but it's something that we should be discussing, that we will be discussing in September. Am I correct on that, Dr. Veneman?
I know that we had talked about discussion on the program of studies in the high school, or at least talking about some specific programs in September.
Okay, great.
I think, though, that when you talk about foreign languages in the elementary school, it's clear a lot of the research that I've read says that those kids can learn better and actually will learn a language at that age, but it costs us teachers, and in this budget year, are we really talking about increasing?
Well, right now, the parents that want their child to take an extra language have to pay. I was one of those parents that couldn't afford to put my child in an outside language class. So it's sports fees and there's language fees.
Ralph, I'd also have to say that in reorganizing a program of studies to where you may be bringing some of those curriculum items down lower, you wouldn't necessarily be incurring such a great deal of cost. If we're now willing to finance classes at the high school level that contain 5 students, one period, 9 the other, wouldn't it be prudent for us to maybe look and say that maybe the problem is we're holding these back too late? And maybe the problem is that when the students are hitting the high school, they have more there than they can fit into their schedule. And I would certainly support dropping some of those languages down to the elementary level to where a teacher is standing in front of 25 students and giving them an introduction into a Spanish or French course rather than everything being delayed and life begins at the high school. I mean, this to me
I
is
think
not
that you
necessary.
understand that we have exploratory languages in the 7th grade, and we've now are actually, with the grade realignment, increasing the percentage of students that start languages in the 8th grade. The discussion at the high school was, are we going to support 5th years of language, which is always AP? Are we going to support at the high school 1st-year languages for those students who want to take several years of 2 languages? But in fact, if you talk about a Latin class that has less than 10 kids in it at the high school, that's 1 class, 1 section. If you talk about Latin at the elementary schools, there's 13 buildings to do that in, and I'd like to know how you do it without hiring teachers. Now, I agree that it's a good thing to do, but I'm not sure that you can talk about that and say that we're not going to have to hire teachers to teach Latin at 13 buildings, much less if it's multiple languages.
Well, you're being specific to Latin. I was only saying that in Terry's defense of looking at the language program and what Carmen had said, that I don't think it's fair to make an assumption that necessarily.
We're going to be
there's
looking at this in
cost shift.
September, and
This
any
is not
impact
for
that it
now.
would have, would it be on this budget, next budget? So I think it's, we can
Yes,
have
yes.
this
I mean, we
and
can't
do
talk about it
something
in this
else.
budget year, I guess is my point. I'm agreeable to talk about it, but not in this budget year.
I'd like to make a correction to Mr. Scherf's comment. We are not financing classes with 5 and 7 students. If you remember, they're being taught by teachers that we already have, and I think it's a misleading statement that you made. We're already paying the teacher to be there, but instead of putting them in front of a study hall or a free period, we're putting them in front of 9, 10, 12 students to teach them something that they want.
I'm sorry that you. Bill, I'm sorry you took offense at it. What I was simply saying that with this occurring, then perhaps we do need to look at perhaps giving greater exposure to all students. Because I do believe those languages are very important. We had a more aggressive language program back in the late 60s.
A significant increase in language, foreign language enrollment at our new pattern.
Thank you. I'm sorry it became so controversial.
Okay, other items? Mrs. Prokowski?
If we, if we nixed user fees, does that mean my number 2 is out also? Or instead of user fees, allow fundraising on the students' part to pay for their activities? When they want to go on a trip, they raise the funds for it to go wherever, you know, even a, pardon me?
They already do that in a lot of cases.
In a lot of cases, yes.
We do have
I mean-
many of the organizations at the secondary level raise funds to help support and defray the costs of different kinds of trips they have. Each of the organizations, the clubs and other organizations do raise money for that. They do not cover the entire costs in many instances, but they certainly defray the costs. And typically, we budget the transportation costs for those kinds of trips using our transportation system for that.
Don, what is our budget for student travel?
Well, it's in different sections. I'd have to look it up. I don't have it right here. I can get that for you.
Just, Don,
We have $5,000 in field trips for secondary students, for athletic trips for all 4 schools. The total is about $35,000. We have $25,000 associated with music department trips. We also have late buses at Pembroke, Penfield, and Penndale, totaling about $26,000. Those are the lines that pay the salaries for the drivers for all the different kinds of trips that occur within those programs in those schools.
what's the extra duty pay line run?
The extra duty for secondary, including all of the activities advisors and coaches budgeted for next year, is $445,000.
Could user fees offset that?
Well, certainly they could. The user fees would offset any of the costs associated with the student activities end of the budget.
Excuse me, Don.
Yes.
If I understand, between the costs of the buses, the salaries, you're talking roughly $500,000?
The salaries, in the salary accounts for next year, excluding, I believe this is excluding the benefits, that includes all of the advisors, and this is advisors and coaches, chaperones, all of the transportation costs, is $690,000, and including that $445,000 that I'd mentioned.
And that's for all the schools.
700,000.
That's for all of the schools,
Middle.
that's
and
correct,
se- and
middle
senior
through
high.
high school.
Is not the bulk of that to do with sports teams and away games, those costs?
Well, that 690,000 includes the salaries and the, of all the advisors and coaches, as well as I mentioned, chaperones for student events and activities, and all of the drivers and expenses associated with those trips.
I guess
That
my
total is
question is, when
$690,000.
the band goes off to a competition somewhere, or the chorus, they've typically done some fundraising to pay for the
Correct.
transportation and those kind of things.
Correct.
If you look at the transportation, which is one of the big costs, is not the bulk of that sports teams going to away games with their coaches that we pay?
A big section of the bus expenses and the salaries associated with that is athletics, that's correct.
Okay, and that's associated with our participation in the PIAA and the leagues?
All of that, right.
Thank you.
All events.
Don, how much is that increasing from last year's budget, that total amount of $700,000?
That amount last year was $596,000, this year $691. The reason for the increase, of course, is because we're expanding the 8th grade program in Pembroke and Penfield. That's clearly the big piece of the difference.
Are there pay increases involved there?
Pardon me?
Is there increases in the extracurricular pay according to
The
scale? or-
thing that I built into the budget for the salaries and stipends for those people is the 3.2%,
So there is 3.2 in there?
right?
The Office of Community Relations is, I would consider, a non-essential luxury. We could reduce the dollars allocated to this department and downsize the person hours and other components of district publications and public relations. We have such a good impression in the district. We don't have to keep it up as much as we are. I think some of the district publications could be done in-house, and we'd save some money. We have access to WordPerfect and PageMaker. We have good in-house copiers. And I think with the exception of the calendar and the community ed newspaper, we could cut costs significantly there.
I'd like to say one of my recommendations was also involving printing, which overlaps with Terry. And I would seriously like to see us look for an overall 15% reduction in district printing costs, which a good bit of it does come out of community relations, but it's spread into very many departments besides. For instance, the calendar, and I have spoken to Dennis regarding this. I'd like to see the printing costs all brought out because they're scattered all throughout this budget. You'd have to go through page by page, and even then you wouldn't really know what publication was really being referenced in this budget. But as far as the calendar, it's been a long-standing position of mine that I'd like to see the calendar moved into the curriculum at the high school. I would feel much better, you know, whatever the product be, that it became a part of the educational program, and it's a reflection of the students' education in printing, in graphic arts, in photography, and basically between there and the VOTAC, I know those services could be made available. And like I said, you know, I would just enjoy it much more that it was actually incorporated and became a learning tool as well as whatever reduction would come from there.
Mrs. Scherer, as we were working on the budget, I called Dr. Irwin and asked if the VOTEC students in their graphic arts program could handle any additional printing jobs from the school district, and they indicated they could not do that at the present time. So any student printing would have to be assumed here at the high school, and at this point, we don't know the capacity of the high school program to handle some of the volume of the school district.
Would it be
We can
pos-
certainly look into some items, but I suspect that it's not going to be a large percentage of the printing.
Would it be possible, well, even if the dollars aren't there as great as, you know, anything that reflects in a $93 million budget, there's still a benefit there in infusing it as a part of the education
There is, but
program.
for example, again, I indicated the VOTEC can't absorb
Right.
any additional printing, so
But whatever we could do with our students, whether it's simply the photography aspect of it, the graphic arts aspect, the layout, That's all a hands-on experience.
We'll certainly
And-
speak to Dr. Baughan and the graphic arts teacher here at the high school and see how much of the work can be done here as part of the curriculum.
And like I said, I would also like to see a very hard look at the printing costs throughout the budget with an objective of perhaps reducing that by 15% through some scrutiny of how those services are being obtained. And I would agree with Terry to a point. I don't know exactly percentages that she's talking about regarding that, but perhaps that is an area to look at. It is more further removed from the classrooms than many of the other categories that have come up on the table so far.
There is a photography club that could possibly do the photography for the calendar, so certainly that could be done there. And it, as we said before, it would be nice if the publications were done. As far as other publications and all, Dr. Elko, you had shared that we were going to be doing some computerizations within each elementary school, within each school, so that the word processing wouldn't have to be done in the central office. It could be done at the location itself.
But while those centralized word processing staff are located in Ken's office, they're charged against elementary and secondary education. So absorbing those positions at the building level will not reduce the school community relations budget. It would in fact reduce the elementary and secondary budgets. But there's certainly positions if the board wants to do that.
Well, it certainly
We'll take steps
would make
to do
more
that.
sense doing it at the building level rather than at a central level. And I still haven't gotten my answers about the postage meters, the new ones that we were buying, why we needed new postage meters when the postage machine at the community relation level covers all the postage.
It doesn't
And I
cover all
don't-
the postage. The volume of postage that comes out of this high school is significant. Mailings to parents and colleges, and their machine is essentially non-functional.
Why could that not be brought to the central office and handled from the really big machine that we have at the community relations?
I don't know whether our machine can handle that, nor do I know whether the staff at the present time can handle that. What I've been told is that they can't handle that additional volume at this time. Perhaps Ken has some additional information.
Well, I should explain that all the bulk mailing is done from the Educational Service Center. All the bulk mailing is done from the Educational Service Center. I believe that there are certain mailings that are of such size or of such urgency that they sometimes come from the high school to the Educational Service Center. I think on a daily basis, on a routine basis, the bulk of the high school outgoing mail is handled here. I have not examined the current equipment here, and I am not prepared to speak about the quality of the equipment or the need for replacement. I heard a request for replacement of the equipment here that was challenged. I heard that the equipment was needed here, but I have not examined it. I took the word of those who told me that it was necessary. I don't speak for postage equipment in the high school or in any other buildings. I only speak for the postage meter in the Educational Service Center.
I'd like to suggest that we do not invest in a new postage meter when that can be done at the community relations machine. And I have seen it, and it's rather big and can cover quite a bit. So I can see that we don't spend that extra money when we do have the facilities to be able to do that.
What are we talking about for a postage meter that you're suggesting here, Carmen?
$3,500.
Thank you.
Is it a capital
You know,
project?
if we're cutting things in all, then, and it is in capital projects, and that's
It's
one
from
thing that we had
bond
talked about.
I'd like to speak on, as the liaison to Community Relations Department. When I came to the school board, I wasn't quite sure what they did there, and I pictured this big PR machine pumping out good stuff about the school district, and just wondering what they did. When I was assigned to this department, I spent some time trying to understand what are they doing there. it is not a PR department. When we hear the term community relations, it's not that we are actively promoting the school district with advertisements, signs, banners, and things like that. Most of what we seem to be doing there is responding to what the community wants from the school district. We are getting, if you sat there for an hour, you'd hear the phone ring constantly. People wanting information about particular schools, people wanting information about the district in general, people wanting information about the GED exam, which we teach at night school and administer here. It's people wanting information on renting the school buildings, of which I understand we now have approximately over 600 contracts with different groups where they're pretty well convinced that every school is used here every night of the week. I'll say that again. Every school is used every night of the week by at least one group. Somebody has to coordinate that. That's done at this office. We have the night school, a tremendous project. That's all coordinated through this office. We have the Gold Card Club for senior citizens. Over 2,000 people, senior citizens, that get a gold card from this district. They get a once or twice a year letter of events going on. They handle the printing, the typesetting, the proofreading of documents from the secondary level. They do it from the elementary level, for the special services department, for the board policies, board information, legal information. All this is done, and I will tell you there are 4 women that do all this work. Some of their salaries is paid for by the night school. It is the night school supports itself. It is not something that this district pays for. It's a service we offer to the district people with our schools. It's supported by the people that use it. If you looked at the documents that these people are asked to put out, I understand they're printing over 1 million copies a month with 2 women on 2 or 3 machines. The people that we get the equipment from, Xerox, tells us we can't do any more printing there. The machines are at maximum, unless we get into second shifts, and then you have costs of hiring people, you have costs of supervision, you have health and welfare and safety concerns, things that maybe could be done. I guess what I'm trying to say is, if you understand what goes on at that department, and you ask for a cut, you're asking for things to be cut that I hope you understand. It's not just a PR department for this school district. It's responding to the people. And if we don't want to respond, somebody is going to have to answer all these phone calls that come in every day. I, for one, do not want to put any more responsibilities on building principals. I want them with the children. They're busy enough. Somebody has to answer these calls, these requests. If we want to stop the night school, then we stop it, and we can lay off people. If we want to stop the swimming, and if we want to stop the GED, and all these other things, we can do it. But keep in mind what you're losing if we do it. Thank you.
Mr. Allen.
Excuse me,
One
Terry.
other thing that Mr. Allen forgot to mention that the Office of Community Services works on is they coordinate the approximate 800 volunteers that we have in our schools every week and the work that they do. And without them, this budget would be an awful lot higher because we'd have to hire staff to do those tasks. So that's one of the big things that the community supports us in, and we're really pleased to have them.
Bill, excuse me, were you saying there are 4 employees in the Community
No.
Relations Department?
Nope.
I mean,
I said there's 4 women that do all this printing information that you're concerned about cutting. There are, I think there's 7 employees budgeted under that department.
under that department, and then all of the
Correct.
adult services, the night school is in a separate account, as I've been.
No, it's the
Well,
same
it's-
people. They allocate a certain, I believe it's 50% of one of the women's and 40% of one of the other women's salaries that has to be accounted for in the fees collected for the night schools.
Right, so it is prorated, and you're saying there would be 7 employees in there.
But I believe there's 7. Mike, Bill? There's 7?
We have word processing positions, which I believe Dr. Elko has explained are charged to the curriculum office, elementary and secondary. Those people are located in the Office of School Community Services. Those word processing people are located and work in the Office of School Community Services. We are responsible for their supervision, but they are charged to the curriculum budget, and it's always been that way. Certainly it can be changed in any variety of ways, but that's been our tradition. There are 2 secretaries, as has been explained, whose salaries are prorated with community education. We are expected to generate the funds for a percentage of their salary and a percentage of their fringe benefits. 1 secretary, we must earn, with income from classes and activities, we must earn 50% of her salary and benefits, and I believe the other is 40%. In addition, the assistant in the Office of School Community Services at present has 20% of her salary and benefits charged against the community education program, which appropriately reflects the amount of her time which she spends on the community education program. The assistant in the Office of School Community Services, as Mr. Bowman has said, is also responsible for coordinating all the volunteer services and carries most of the responsibility for the foundation, the educational foundation, and the coordination of that, as well as a variety of other responsibilities, including the partnership, including working with various task forces and various study groups and advisory groups, most recently coordinating the work of the TV task force, which got us to the point where we were able to begin to use our educational channel and to do some broadcasting and some programming, which we hope we have an opportunity to develop further and to grow. Board members have in the past seen a list of some 13 responsibilities assigned to the Office of School Community Services. And if we had more time and if it were the pleasure of the board, we could talk at length. I would suggest that all of the responsibilities which we have been assigned to us by previous boards, by previous superintendents, and we have accumulated many responsibilities over the years. They would not necessarily be the same in the next school district. They would not necessarily be the same in the next community. We appreciate and we understand that we work at the pleasure of the board, and we understand that any number of these responsibilities could be reassigned to other offices. We've always worked with that knowledge and that understanding. So it, of course, is the pleasure of the board majority in consultation with the superintendent regarding the number of these responsibilities that we keep and those that might be transferred to some other departments. I have heard it suggested that all of our responsibilities could be transferred to other departments, and I would suggest that there would be some need for extra staff in other departments if all those jobs were reassigned.
Well,
I'll be happy to answer your other questions if I
okay,
can.
then it is clear, though, that the $304,000 that's in the budget in salaries under community relations is specific, it's prorated, and specific to what your allocation was for the community relations department, such as your salary that's divided according to the service level. Is that
I don't have
correct?
the number 304 in front of me that you're referring to.
But under-
You know that a percentage of my salary is assigned to the secretary, board secretary page, and so my salary by our tradition is divided partially for board secretary, partially for director of school community services. I've explained that 3 other individuals in the office have their salaries divided and that we are expected to generate
Okay.
income to cover those.
Just so it was there.
Is that helpful?
Yes, thank you. And Terry, you weren't talking about closing down community relations, were you? Okay.
I have
Yeah. Dennis, Dennis,
One other
could I
item
ask-
about this in particular. If I understand correctly, that the amount of outsourcing that this district does for its printing is approximately $85,000 a year. That gives some perspective to
Dennis,
some of the numbers we're looking for.
is that the printing costs throughout the district?
I
Could
think
you-
if,
I know
I
you've
think
been
if we
doing
were
some
to,
work on that, and there were some figures thrown out. What is the district's printing
I
cost?
think if we were to go through the budget book page by page and try to find every category and every line item where we would find printing-related expenditures, we would find something between the number of 85,000, which Bill has just mentioned, and perhaps in a given year, a higher number approaching 100,000. Now, I'm not talking about in-house printing. I'm not talking about lease of photocopy equipment. I'm not talking about the million copies a month that are presently being done in the photocopy center for use throughout the district. I'm talking about the printing that is done in the commercial community, all the kinds of printing that is done outside of the building. Mr. Kelly will verify that we've had approximately 5 or 6 conversations now with representatives of Xerox, and they're making a proposal to us that we will have different equipment, high-speed equipment with different capabilities so that we can make booklets that are presently being done in the commercial community. We're awaiting a final report from the representatives of Xerox, and we'll be studying that. And when we have that report, we'll know what jobs we can bring in from the commercial community and begin to do in-house. You could show me examples of printing that are presently being done commercially, which we, of course, could do inside if we had other equipment. Mr. Allen alluded to the possibility that we would need additional staff or staggered hours. And of course, we have distribution problems then that we have to solve as well and have a good distribution system. Not unlike the need to find a way to bring the mail from the high school every afternoon before it's put through the postage meter. There are those considerations. It takes a person to do those things, of course, always. So we're working on that now. That's been a serious consideration. Mr. Kelly and I have had that assignment for some time, and that is not sitting dormant. I think I've had 2 conversations in the last 10 days with the Xerox representatives. I suspect Mr. Kelly has as well. And I think we'll soon be ready to take that concern, that consideration to the next step. We are not turning a deaf ear to that wish.
Thank you.
Chairman, before you
Ne-
continue, just one, if we had, Dr. Elko, if your proposal for, or your, I don't know what to call it, anyway, if we had the word processing done at the school, just at the elementary levels, buildings, what kind of savings would we see with that?
I believe that there are 2 staff in the district office that are dedicated word processors, and each salary would represent $20-some thousand plus benefits, which we would certainly work to not furlough those employees, but absorb them as we opened the new schools. So with benefits, probably $50,000 or so.
So that would be
savings.
a saving if we did it at the building level, and since we are going to computerization at the building level, that is a
If the board
possibility.
approves the, and I believe the board did approve the computers that we want to put at the secretary's level
Right.
and the building level, and of course, the staff development and training that would go into that as well for the word processing, then a large percentage of that work could be done. The ideal situation would be to have one person to handle some of the really specialized word processing functions that currently we're sending out into the commercial community. Let those be done in-house.
I'd like to propose that and maybe get a consensus from the board if we want to look at that seriously and have that as part of our budget reduction.
Mrs. Leahy, could I comment? And please don't think that I'm being defensive. I would suggest that it's taken perhaps 15 years to gather and centralize and put on a single system that which we have. We will, of course, follow direction, and we will learn how to decentralize that. We presently have all of our planned courses for the entire school district, all the curriculum, all the planned courses on file in that system. We have all the board policies, all the regulations, and of course there's a way to decentralize that effort. But there is a tremendous volume of work there on that particular system that is a peculiar system in itself. It happens to be a Xerox documenter system, which is a little unique in itself. And we've been committed to that system for quite some time. I know that Dr. Elko, within the last year or less, has looked through all the file notebooks of everything we have on file. He took them home with him on weekends, and he's looked through everything that was on file in the word processing department. And he has a very good idea, an excellent idea of what's on file there and the quantity of work that's done there. Certainly we can find other ways to accomplish that, but there's a transition to decentralize, just as there was a time spent to gather together under one umbrella, if you will.
Well, we're talking about networking, and we're talking about compatibility, so I don't think that's going to be that much of a problem as it is projected, because I'm sure you can download the files and you can certainly have access to those through a network system when we do connect all the schools together. I understand it is a central location, and it is a break from what we originally were doing, but certainly if we're expending all this money on computerizations within the elementary schools and within all the schools, I think it's advantageous for them to do it themselves and alleviate your department of having to do that as far as the school part is concerned.
Carmen, what are you
I
trying
just-
to have done at the elementary schools? Is this what I'm understanding?
Clarify your
you-
recommendation, Carmen.
There is word processing, and I guess Dr. Elko can clarify this for me. There is word processing that is done at the Community Relations Center that is for the elementary schools.
Such as?
And, well, all their publications, it's all, everything that is done, all their school calendars, a whole list of stuff. Every time you get a publication from each one, the home and school things, all that stuff is done within the Community Relations Department.
A certain percentage of the items are done for the schools. A much larger percentage, and Ken would have to estimate that, are broader, more in-depth projects, such as a revision to the planned courses, maybe many, many pages. Those kinds of jobs are better suited to a central office word processor. I think the concern that we have in delegating all of that work to the secretary level at the building is, if you go into the buildings now, the secretaries are very, very busy. They're answering phones, they're processing teacher requests, they're processing parent requests for parents stopping in. Our challenge is how do you serve the staff in the building? How do the secretaries serve them effectively, serve the parents that are coming in, and sit there and do word processing? I mean, every minute they have to stop their work, they pick up the phone, they deal with the youngster who's coming into the office with a request for this or that or everything else. I'm sure the board is aware. Spend an hour in a school office and see what it's like.
Yeah, I'd just like to support that. In elementary schools, I think the public needs to be aware, and perhaps the board as well. There's a full-time secretary and a part-time clerk. The reason we're computerizing in elementary school offices is not so that we can take on more work that's now done centrally. It's to improve the efficiency and the ability of those women to manage the workload that's there. I will tell you that we have had growing enrollments in elementary schools, and we have not had a commensurate increase in clerical staff in those buildings. So I think equipment is not the total answer. It's going to require people and additional time to use that equipment. I think if any member of this board were to talk to any principal, and I would suggest that you talk to the principals in some of the larger schools, such as Montgomery, where there are over 800 youngsters and 40-some staff members, perhaps Dr. Stevenson at Gwinnett Square, which is also a very large school, and I think you'd get a very different picture of what those women are capable of doing.
Carmen, I'll also tell you that I'm not prepared tonight to make a knee-jerk reaction to the workload that has to be spread around for the sake of looking for $50,000 in this budget tonight.
Well,
I think what our preference would be, as the secretaries at the building level are trained in the new equipment and the software that's available, we would certainly look toward those jobs that are projects that are more related to the scope of the work that could be done at a building level, to be done at the building level, and gradually phase some of that
But
work
realize
out.
that currently the publications that do come out of the elementary level are done by the secretaries. They're put together by the secretaries, and then they're given to community relations. So you're doing the work. Okay?
Could I say something at this point, please,
Am I
Carmen?
not correct that they give you the layout and then you print it, you put it in your word processing?
I think we're talking essentially about the elementary school or the individual building newsletters. The individual building newsletters come to us from somebody's word processor. They come to us sometimes handwritten. They come to us from a variety of home computers, if you will, home word processors. They come from a variety of authors and in a variety of ways. And it is our responsibility to pull that together. Some of those newsletters are done internally. Some of those newsletters are sent out. And some of you know that we have been out without the services of one of our word processors all this year. This individual has been out ill all year. And we have during that time, we have sent some work out, in particular elementary newsletters. We have sent work out to the commercial community because we didn't have any other way of getting it accomplished. I think I should say that we get very little other work from elementary schools or from individual schools apart from the building level newsletter. The building level newsletter is ours to make sure it fits, to make sure it's correct, to make sure that there's nothing that is a red flag, if you will. And we print it internally. We fold it internally. The receptionist at the switchboard at the central office at the ESC does the collating, the stapling. It's labeled, and we do the bulk mailing, and we get it out for all the schools, for all 15 schools. That's been our tradition for many years. We get very little other work in word processing from individual elementary schools or any of the schools, perhaps the high school being the exception. We do get more work from the high school because of the kind of work and the numbers of people here. What the kinds of work we do for the elementary division, if you will, or the secondary division, is to back up and support and to assist the director of elementary ed and the director of secondary ed. As more sophisticated systems are available to their secretaries, or if they have more help in their offices, it goes without saying that those things would be done there rather than in a word processing department in the Office of School Community Services. So there are many jobs that are performed in the Office of School Community Services that could be reassigned elsewhere if there were staff to do them. We would all be in agreement on that, and I think that is easy for us to agree to.
Okay, can we move on to another topic,
Sure.
please?
Ready, Dick?
Are any outside speakers allowed at this point?
Not yet. We'll get to you. We're still on Terry's recommendations, I think.
We're up to 11. School board budget, in the school board budget, we can withdraw or cancel our PSBA membership, or at least cancel all extra subscriptions.
Do you want me to speak for PSBA, or do you?
I'll do it. There have been several schools who have withdrawn from PSBA, and the next year they go right into it. PSBA doesn't just send out publications. What they do is they are advocates in Harrisburg.
They voted for 88.
Well, considering that they're the only people who lobby for us, and we're going against some very heavy-duty unions and state legislators and whatever else there is, I don't think that the money is superfluous. I think it's very well spent. They also have an incredible data bank, which most of us can access and get information from at the drop of a hat, and that's information that we would need in order for us to be able to do the job that we have to do. I agree some of the publications, I mean, I don't get the extra publication, but the publications, are expensive, and we do get the small publications. But as far as my personal opinion is on that, the publications that I do get from PSBA, which is the Information Legislative Services, is totally invaluable to me because I'm the one who's got to keep banging on our representatives to make sure that they don't give us bills or give us mandates because they think, it isn't a mandate. The other thing is they're really moving forward to do more computerizations of their processing so that there's also a fax that they're sending also. I don't think it's a bad investment only because we really do not have an advocate out there. And if you talk to Wissahickon have withdrawn, they went back into it again, and they will tell you that they really missed it for that year because they really did not get all that information and all that hands-on, minute information that they really needed, and they were concerned about the legislation and what the state is doing for us. So as far as I'm concerned, I think it's a worthy cause, but, it's to the rest of the board whether they do or not.
The ILS is the only publication that I look through at all, and I think it is valuable. But some of the other ones, the PSBA Journal, it's not worth it.
It's a package deal.
They could reduce our rates if they cut the crap. Some of their programs, I don't feel have much depth. So if they're doing a better job at your level, good, but...
Well, we have discussed that about the programs quite substantially because that's what we said, you're reiterating the same thing. And at the last meeting that we had with PSBA, what we did was we said to them, we're tired of this little program, so let's get more into it. They're moving forward to get more current in things. The problem is that here in Montgomery County, besides being extremely vocal, we also run our school districts a lot different than they do out in western Pennsylvania. So that what's important to us in this area really is not that important to them. But I agree, a lot of their programs really need to be revamped. The one thing that you talked about publications, we do have an item about school board publications which is above the $10,000. And, that would be if people want to get rid of that, because I certainly don't get it. I opted not to get it before. But if that's something that, the board thinks that is an expenditure we shouldn't have, then
Carmen, I'd like to say the reverse rather than the PSBA. The PSBA membership is a $10,000 expense. And personally, when we're looking, and it isn't much money in a $93 million budget, but I do believe that, if we're going to start nickel and diming the budget, then at least start with our own account. As far as the PSBA goes, the publications are separate. I've been receiving them long before I went on this board, and I will tell you, the costs of those are in one, it might be $52 to start with, and then you have your renewals, and your legislative guide is even lower. It doesn't require, and it is separate from the PSBA membership. Also, I think, though, it's also important, I believe school boards all across the state ought to be taking a hard look at these associations that are basically milking the system. A $10,000 fee for our school district out of all the school districts that exist in this state. Isn't it time to send a message to them that they need us as much as we need them? Without our school district, they have no stats, or they reduce their stats, and therefore, everyone is contributing. We share with them information that it takes for them to become valuable to other districts. At the same time, many of the positions they're taking there is sort of like a broad negotiating. They're doing it on the behalf of all of the school districts, and it's not necessarily this board's philosophy that's leading the way. I think we saw that in a position they took opposing local influence on outcome-based education, on local decision-making. So I could support, at least for a year, to see about relinquishing this $10,000 membership. I believe we would probably rely on Mr. Potash for the legal services that they offer.
I would support its elimination.
I would support it.
I wouldn't.
Yes, yes, yes.
Yes.
No.
Yes,
No.
Tom?
Yes.
Would you
Two
support
yeses, 3 yeses.
PSBA?
It's not a consensus.
I would, yeah, I would like to maintain my membership in the
Before you do that-
PSBA and get my publication.
We have an important announcement to make. It seems that someone in the parking lot is running a battery test on their car, a Plymouth Laser, license plate AMY 5802. We won't look while you get up your lights are on, so you might want to drive home tonight. You know, we spent a lot of time talking about some of these issues. I'd really like to get some audience input. Is there anyone that has any more substantial cuts that they'd like to recommend and discuss?
Here's some more.
Or we can come back to it. I mean, we're talking for 15 minutes on the few dollars that we spend the PSBA. I mean, let's get real here, folks.
Well, this is, what you had said the last meeting was that people were to bring suggestions up, and people have brought suggestions up, and I think it's time to address them. Whether it takes us 15 minutes to discuss $10,000 or not, it's still something that we should bring up. I agree that it's going to take a long time, but people thought long and hard about certain cuts, and I think it's important that we hear them.
Great.
Whether or not you want to address the ones that have been brought up now and have the audience say something about it, that's one thing, and I think we should continue on.
Would the board like audience input first and then come back to our cuts? Or
Let's read through some of these, though they might want to revisit a couple of times that way, though.
Up for that?
The audience might
I
revisit.
got one more.
You guys have been talking enough. Okay, we'll open it up for board comments. Let me remind you before
I got one
that
good
we
one
are
left.
taping this for community channel play later.
Nothing obscene.
And please give your name and address, and then keep your comments to a minimum, please. Anyone like to speak now? Sir, your
Jennifer.
hands up first. Please address the board.
My name is Harry Kahn, and I represent the business people in Montgomeryville. I can only say today that I'm excited by the wonderful quality of the people who are here and the people who serve on the board. It's a great tribute. I do want to bring up, however, a thought. We all know that downsizing is going on in government and in business and in many other areas, and we're faced with it tonight here, and you're trying to do your best. But I think we're missing the point. I'm associated with the Wharton School. I'm a Wharton School graduate. I'm working with some of the people on downsizing there, and one of the first principles that they say is that Parkinson's law is something that happens to all of us. The work expands to fit the time allotted. And tonight I see a very fine group of educators who are put in the very unfortunate position of defending any cuts or any thoughts brought up by various people on the board who have the courage to ask. However, when something is brought up, the school board administration finds ways not to be supportive and not to say, gee, I'd like to look into that, but they come up with an answer which says, can't be done. That's not their fault. They've got to be supportive of their own system. However, it takes somebody from the outside to come in and look at this. The attitude is wrong. We've got the wrong people watching the chickens. And you've got to have someone from the outside. Now, I know I'm an unpopular voice to stand here and say, there's a lot of people, there's a small group of people who are interested very much in their own children's education, and I'm for them. I have children of my own who attended the schools. I happen to have a wife who was a teacher, and an excellent teacher. She's very much in favor of school people being paid adequate salaries. But she herself says that there is so much nonsense that goes on, and it's at the expense of the older people who are being forced to move from here. I'm meeting with a real estate group, and they're telling me that they are not able to lease properties in these areas because of the taxes that are going on, the ongoing taxes, and the threat of this new tax that's coming on is very discouraging. And I can bring some of these people here to give you testimony. You should listen to the other side. We're only listening to our own voices, and our own voices sound wonderful. I guess mine sounds good to me. But also, we've got to go much further than just to have these poor people who are doing their best sit there and defend the position. I suggest having someone from the Wharton School, who is an expert in downsizing, come in and ask some questions, some hard questions, and see how we can cut, not leave these people to answer the way they have to answer tonight.
Here, here.
Thank you.
Are you volunteering to do that, sir? Yes.
I'd be very glad to be of help with someone who's better educated than me in this area. But I'd be very happy to.
I don't think that, that we're extending that invitation right here tonight.
Of course not, Ralph. That was in a hurry, wasn't it?
No, but I also know that a lot of Wharton School graduates, when they talk downsizing, reduce their customers because that's how they downsize. Our customers are increasing 3.8% next year, and the fact is what these people are doing up here, and I'm one of the people who are evaluating the cuts, and I understand where the administration's coming from, and I think I understand where some of the taxpayers are coming from, and I've committed to the public to give them a value for the educational dollar. And we have increases in student enrollment, we have inflation, and we can't make the new students go away. And we have to do cuts, and they're tough. And what I think is important that comes out here is that when we do cuts, everybody understands what the cost is. And the cost can come and sometimes does, and we need to understand while we're making it what the cost is and the quality of education, because that's where it comes from.
We're not going to get into a debate. Ma'am in the back there, please come forward.
Thank you. My name is Suzanne Laverty, and I'm a resident of Lansdale Borough. And I would just like to say about real estate costs, try to sell your house when our schools have 40 students per class. I really, with all of the rumors circulating in the community, I don't know how close we are to class size increase, but that is what I have chosen of many things on my mind to speak about. Any proposal to increase class size or freeze new hires when needed should not be confused with budgetary fat trimming. This would not be trimming the fat, but would be major surgery on the meat and heart of educational excellence. I wonder how many of you have had the opportunity to actually sit in and watch a first grade class with more than 30 students. I have. For several years in a row at York Avenue Elementary, both of our first grade classes had 33 and 34 students. And as a parent volunteer, I was there, and I got to see what effect that had on the teachers and the students, and the great limits that those numbers place on them. These are not arbitrary numbers. They are based in reality and in research. For several years running, that went on. And then I was lucky enough to see what happens when the numbers dropped down to 24 and 25 when my daughter was in second grade. I can only describe it by saying night and day. And the same hard-working, dedicated teachers worked the same way both years, but there are limits on what their work produces when you go beyond those numbers. Now I want to go to the other end of the spectrum and talk about high school. Next year, my son will be one of the new 10th graders at North Penn High School. His class will be the last one to graduate before the new high school is built. The year after he graduates, if all is allowed to proceed as planned, the student body will be divided into 2 groups in 2 buildings with 2 faculties. Are we to believe that this district expects the present faculty at the high school to be able to effectively educate this large number of students? This is 2 schools worth of students with practically no new teachers hired between now and 1997. Now, maybe this is just rumor. I don't have access to the information or a crystal ball, but I've heard such numbers bandied about as that they need at least 15 new teachers next year to maintain the level of excellence here at the high school and that they've been promised for. I pray to God that that's a rumor that will not come true. Now, I'm not sure, but I don't think they give awards for being a warehouse of excellence. But we should not, in this day and age, be standing here using our time to argue the importance of class size. I think it is a given. It's a well-established axiom of good, sound educational policy. And educational excellence is what we all expect of North Penn. It's what we've staked our children's futures on by moving here and by deciding to stay here. I know that you all feel heavily your mandate from the public to hold down taxes. Please remember your other mandate, and that is to maintain excellence in education, opportunities for all our students. And like everyone else, I don't want to tax senior citizens out of their homes. I know balance and compromise are called for, but I urge you to consider all other alternatives first and to treat class size as the vitally important ingredient that it is. Thank you.
Any other members of the audience? Sir?
I'm Dennis Dimmick, 325 South Tillmanson Avenue, Lansdale. I just make one correction to our first speaker when he stated that he had educated his children and paid for that. No, he and his entire community paid for their education, as we must now do. It's a lifetime commitment. We all pay for it. I can't afford to pay for my children's education. I don't have the dollar figure, but I know it's more than I'll ever be able to pay. We, the community, educate our children.
Thank you. Any other speakers? Yes, ma'am.
Good evening. My name is Linda Peterman, and I live in North Wales, Upper Gwynedd Township. I would just like to say that I attended the elementary honors band concert on Saturday night. I don't know how many of you were fortunate enough to do that. If you had, you would have heard the director that came, nationally known, Mr. Robert Smith, come and announce to the hundreds of community members and parents from our area and tell us that this is only one program of 2 in the entire country of its kind. I feel that this program, the Honors Band Concert, is an example of the wonderful programs, academic and extracurricular, that our school district has provided and is providing now. I would like to urge you as a parent of 3 children and a participant in the community, a participant in the school district in a variety of ways, to continue those and not cut in any way those programs that benefit all of our children. I'd like to conclude by saying that I think our children are a national resource, and we deserve and we should invest in much as we possibly can to bring about the best fulfillment of that resource as we can. Thank you.
Any other comments? Yes, ma'am.
My name is Marcia Turk. I live in Talmonton Township. Originally, I wasn't going to read this, but I composed it the other night, and I'm going to read it as I wrote it. I speak on behalf of those in this community who are interested in the future of education in the North Penn area. We must think long range, not only what would be best in the short run. Our children's best education must be your priority as school board members. You were not elected solely to guard our pocketbooks. You were elected as trustees of our children's education. It is unthinkable that there is no settlement of a teacher contract after 1.5 years of talks. Your negotiators need to be directed to do a responsible job for our children and our community. And these negotiations, and bring these negotiations to a conclusion. This community needs a contract for its hardworking teachers who carry out wonderful programs and maintain an excellence for which this district has been acclaimed. Cutting programs, cutting materials needed, cutting needed teachers, and insisting on the minimal will not promote high standards of excellence nor high morale. You, our school board members, must show responsible leadership to our district. You dare not create unnecessary disharmony by destroying programs that teach, promote self-esteem and self-reliance and are so needed by our children. I would suggest, number one, you settle a contract. It's going to cost you more in the long run. Number two, I want you to take a look at those tennis court lights that stay on to all hours of the night when they're not even being used. Check on your buildings. You've got faucets that are running that don't even shut off. You're wasting water. There is heat on and windows open. We buy uniforms. I don't know how they're financed. You've already mentioned busing for sports and other activities. You might suggest, I was the substitute here, but I'm going to say it anyway, cut substitute pay. It's less in other districts. There's a substantial savings. Perhaps cut the number of in-service days requiring substitutes. Poll the public. Ask us. You spend a lot of time here discussing among yourselves, and some of you don't even enter the classrooms or the offices to know what's going on. And then, I don't want to hear another word about criticism to the community for not getting to your meetings as if we don't care. I've got news for you. We don't get here because we are busy caring for our children. We are busy making a living and spending valuable time with them doing other things that they so need us for. If you wish to cut something, cut negativism, squabbling, cynicism, misleading, and attitudes that are creating disharmony. And for senior citizens, I want to remind you that you do benefit in many, many ways in this community. And I might also suggest that we offer tax cuts. Maybe this is not a new idea, but offer tax cuts as incentives to senior citizens for volunteering in our schools. Thank you very much.
Hi, my name is Georgia Fano. I'm from Towmenson Township. I apologize, but I have to read this. From here, I'm not that great of a speaker. I was, and so were so many other parents, under the impression that by building 2 new elementary schools, that we would all benefit from smaller class sizes. It is my opinion that the majority of the parents in our school district do not want larger class sizes. Parents that I have spoken with are pleased with the quality of education in the North Penn School District. We are content and we value our children's experience and opportunities in art, music, and advanced placement courses. We feel that these programs enhance the quality of education, and eliminating them is an unacceptable solution. As all of us endorse fiscal restraint, yet the challenge that this board faces is to practice fiscal restraint without in any way compromising the quality of education we offer. If the quality of education suffers due to any proposal that reduces this yearly school tax obligations of the taxpayers by any small amount of money, what do we gain? Really, what do we and our children stand to lose? Thank you very much.
Anyone else? Is there a hand? Ma'am?
Good evening. My name is Janine Dimmick. I live at 325 South Towmenson Avenue, and I have a few things to say. A lot of it I had written down before I did write a letter, which you have probably received just today. But I'm responding to some of the things that I heard this evening also. First of all, we parents in this school district are not a small group. We are the baby boomers. The reason you have a major increase in enrollment is because our children are in your schools, in these schools. You're dealing with a major enrollment increase because of that. We are a large group, but a lot of us are working. We do not always get to attend the meetings. We do follow what you're doing. We read the papers. We follow the news. We're here. Okay? We're here because many times the people that are retired and our taxpayers, and I give them all credit for fighting for what they believe in, but I'm here to fight for what I believe in and what I think a lot of parents in this district believe in. We believe that the equality that is in the schools needs to stay. If that means that the taxes need to go up, then start putting your money where your mouth is. We all say that in America, that education is important. Our federal government spends the smallest percentage of the budget of all the industrialized nations on education. We need to start putting the money where our mouths are. If it requires, because people are on fixed incomes, if it requires that we need to do some lobbying to get laws passed that once someone retires, their taxes are frozen, fine. We need to do that. I'm a taxpayer here. I own a house. My children are in this school. They've benefited from the many, many programs that I felt give them a rounded education. We need that to succeed in the business world today. I don't care where you go in the world today, you need a lot of experience in your background. If you start cutting programs like the arts, which I've heard on the chopping block so many years, and I've been here at the meetings and have had to stand up and fight for, but not just that. I'm just saying anywhere in this particular budget year, we're looking at all different programs. I know you want to save money, okay? We save money. We're looking at the same thing in our homes. But you also are looking at cutting programs that have shown by accountability they are good. They keep the activities that our children are involved in, keep the children motivated. It keeps them off the streets. It keeps them interested in coming to school. And it keeps them where we want them to be, interested in succeeding. You don't have that everywhere. Don't destroy that part of your system that is good. Your music programs are accountable. You see everything they produce. They are very hardworking, they have very, very heavy loads, let me tell you, teacher-student ratios, okay? And yet, it's often one of the things that's on the chopping block. You didn't discuss that yet tonight. We haven't gotten through all your suggestions, but I wanted to mention that as I'm up here. I think it's one of the programs that is very accountable for what they produce. You see it all the time. And I think that's very necessary. But overall, I just don't want to see cuts made anywhere. I think you need to hold the line and start listening to people other than those who do have time to come out here every single school board meeting and voice their opinions. We are here because we care, and we are a very large percentage of the voters. I'm here because I care about my children. I want to keep the programs going. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Ellen Janke. I live in the borough of Lansdale. I am one of a large majority of parents with children in the North Penn School District, and as people will know, I'm here at almost every meeting. I do not want you, certain few, to use my children for your political agenda to cut taxes. I just don't think this is a necessity. This may be what you said before you were elected, that's fine, but you did not say to cut taxes to hurt our children's education. People are moving into this area because of our schools. We've had people call our school and say, we're moving in the next 3 months. May we come when we look at our house to come look at your school at the same time? Visit your home and school, see what it's about. We've heard such good things. And I think this is something that everyone should know. People come all the time and say, North Penn. That's why we're growing. We're growing in leaps and bounds. My other thing I'd like to say is, you have made it a point, this board, whatever board, to have quality education. Please, let's not go backwards into the 70s. We have climbed long and hard to get to where we are today, and let's keep it that way. And with class size, the only rumor that I've heard about class size is we have a maximum class size. Let's leave it that way at what it is. Let's not go to a minimum, because if you have a minimum class size of 25, but you have 49 students, where does that leave you? 49 kids in that class before you can start a second one. So let's leave our class sizes the way they are. Let's leave our music, art, everything that we have going good. Let's not change that. I know we have to make cuts, but as that gentleman said before, his children went through the school. My children are going through now, and I don't want them suffering. Thank you.
My name is Eric Parker. I live at 800 Sullivan Drive in Lansdale. I don't have any notes. I've taken some notes, but I didn't write any letter. I came to hear the debate on where you're going to cut, and I know there's some of us that think there's some things shouldn't be cut, and we could argue for those points, but I would like to hear you debate some of the issues where the real money is, and not the $10,000 PSBA and what all that stuff is. Thank you.
Can we continue? Can we get back to the vote, guys?
My name is Lori Anderson. I live at 308 Abbey Lane. That's in Montgomeryville. I took up Mr. Bowman on his offer, purchased a copy of the budget, and read it last week. And with some substantial help from Mr. Kelly, I think I understand what it's about. Anybody who hasn't done it, you should read it. It's fascinating. But there's not a lot to cut in here. I gave it a lot of thought, and I have some comments and a few suggestions. We have to start with a common understanding of the facts. Fact number one, there are people in North Penn who are living on the edge of poverty, many of them elderly. This next tax increase will push some of them into destitution. Fact number two, we have an obligation to educate more than 11,000 children in the best way we can. They trust us to make the right decisions. They trust us to prepare them for the future. Fact number three, we live in a community that is pulling itself apart with anger, hostility, and misunderstanding. It doesn't have to be this way. Today's workers, the lucky ones with jobs, pay a much higher percentage of their income in Social Security tax than previous generations. Social Security is not going to be there for my retirement, but I don't mind paying for it. We have a responsibility to take care of our elderly. They raised us, they went to war to protect us, they sacrificed for us. We have to do our best for them. However, our obligation to our children is at least as strong. We can't ask, are we willing to pay for these kids? The children are here, and we will pay for them one way or another. We can pay for their education today and wind up with productive citizens, or we can slash budgets and pay for them when they go to prison and become pregnant. This board must not increase the number of students in a classroom. Only two numbers will go down if you increase classroom size. You will get a smaller budget. You're also guaranteed lower test scores. Special needs students have money set aside for them by government mandate. Tonight you've gotten a mandate for the protection of average students. Increase classroom size and you increase their rate of failure. You increase the dropout rate. You increase the number of kids who hate school. Cramming more kids into a classroom is a short-sighted move that will have disastrous effects. The teachers in our district are superior, far and away better than teachers I know of in other districts. We get good teachers by paying them very well. But the representatives of the teachers' union seem to have lost touch with reality. I don't know many people whose salaries have increased at the pace of those in this district. The public is ready for an acknowledgement from the district staff that times are tight. I call on the representatives of the teachers' union to wake up and smell the coffee. The teachers of the North Penn School District should accept the board's earlier contract offer tomorrow morning. I didn't know that y'all were changing that, so. But I still think that the offer you had in the board before was fair. I appreciate the board's recognition that taxpayers are being squeezed and their attempt to hold the line on salary increases. Since I believe that people shouldn't whine without contributing, I do have a couple suggestions. I think you should create a tax relief fund to help those taxpayers who are in desperate need. This fund will come from donations from business and residents who are concerned about our fellow citizens. I promise here to write the first check. Whatever the dollar increase is to my family this year, I'll donate the same amount to the fund. We currently run the adult education program on a no-cost basis. Perhaps it's time to make a small profit from the program and use that money to help improve our physical plant. I was gratified to hear that our school buildings are being used in the evenings. I suspect we can also figure out a way to use them in the summers. I think that there's somebody in the administration who can probably look into that and make sure we're getting the maximum use out of buildings and they're not standing empty. Some residents who don't have children in the district complain that they don't see a return on their tax dollar. I think there are ways the district can better serve the community at large. I encourage the administration to contact the director of the North Penn Senior Center and see how the district can help them improve their facility, which is in trouble right now. Perhaps this could be a VOTEC project. We need to build ties between all the institutions in our community. I'm almost done, hang on. My husband and I moved to North Penn because we thought it was a community that valued families, that valued education. We thought the people here shared our old-fashioned commitment to hard work and sacrifice. My parents made plenty of sacrifices for me as their parents did for them. I have no problems making sacrifices for my children. That's what we do in America. I will gladly pay more taxes in order to maintain the quality of education in North Penn. I need to be assured that my money is spent prudently and that there are accountability checks in place. I don't have extra money floating around to invest in stocks or bonds. The money I do have, I choose to invest in the future, in our children. Also, my third grader wrote you a whole letter. I'm not going to read that, you can read it.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Mary Martha Whitworth, and I live in Talmenson. I have just a couple of quick comments. First off, I wanted to comment to Ms. Mingle that the reason that there isn't more participation in the sports is because there aren't enough teams. There are 1,400 kids in the junior high school, one basketball team per grade level, one soccer team, one baseball team. When 200 kids go out for a soccer team and only 25 kids can make it, you can't have very good participation. 5 years ago, there used to be 2 sports teams at every grade level at the junior high school. That was very subtly cut without many people knowing it. Now there's only 1 team per grade level for 1,400 kids to participate in. And many of the kids won't even go out because they know they don't have a chance to make it when there are only 25 kids and 200 of them going out for the team.
I thought it was intramurals also.
No, it isn't.
Intramurals also in your statistics, Don? Sports,
No,
intramural
not included.
sports?
There are no intramural sports in
The only
our
thing in
middle
the
schools and junior high
statistics-
schools.
The only thing
There are
in the
no intramurals at
statistics-
the high school either.
Well, what are they called?
I don't know, but we don't have intramurals at our high school.
The statistics include interscholastic
Right.
activities and other non-athletic activities. The figures I gave you.
As a matter of fact, I think if anything, we need to expand the number of sports opportunities. We have a lot of kids who don't get to participate in sports because there are not opportunities for them. And that's one of the very sad things about our athletic program, which is outstanding otherwise, but there just isn't enough of it. Okay, the second thing is, if any of you are considering increasing class size, I just would like to suggest that you spend one day in a first grade classroom with 33 children in it, and then decide you want to spend it. Or one day in a 10th grade biology lab with 32 kids trying to use lab equipment and a biology teacher trying to supervise that. It's impossible. impossible. And my third thing is a question that I would like an answer to. I also have heard the rumor that the high school needs 18 new teachers and has been told they're going to get 4. I calculated that with teachers, assuming they have 30 students per class, that means there are 2,100 students a day who have no teachers, and I'd like to know what you're going to do with those students.
Someone answer this rumor?
I don't know where you heard that rumor, but we never had 18 students or 18 additional teachers planned for the high school. We have made some adjustments just recently as the student tallies and so forth have been compiled by Dr. Bond. Right now we're planning, in the current budget, there are, I think, now 2.5 additional positions at the high school alone.
Other comments?
Okay, my name is Rebecca Haupt. I'm the liaison for the high school this year. And I just want to speak up about the user fee. I know that many of the students work, so they would be paying this fee themselves. So although $50 may not seem much to you guys, because you guys have big salaries, well, compared to ours,
Money we make for being in the school board, right?
well, all the parents and stuff. I know that myself, $50 is like a whole week of work for me. That I don't know whether you'd be charging it for each activity. That can add up for a student who's paying for themselves. And you were saying that, I don't know what the total was of the money that would be reduced by this, but it was not that much, considering you were saying $10,000 wasn't that much for the PSBA. So I think you said it was $35,000,
At the high school.
and that's $50 an activity. Considering that you say $10,000 is not enough, I don't think that $35,000 is enough when it's students paying for it themselves.
Thanks for that. Other hands? Okay, we'll turn it back to the board. Oh, I'm sorry, I missed you, Bill. Sorry. You were hiding behind the rail back there?
I'm Bill Roman from Upper Gwinnett. The book For Good and Evil, The Impact of Taxes by Charles Adams tracks the impact of taxes on civilizations for the last 4,000 years. And he finds that in general they have been a scourge, from the time of the Egyptian pharaohs to the overtaxed English who in 1449 beheaded the king's chief tax minister, to the American Revolution, which started as a revolt against taxes on sugar, tea, paper, and other things that people needed. Now, in his analysis, the author Charles Adams talked about various onerous aspects of property taxes. The government seizes the property even when it is fully paid for. Recently in Delaware County, a man killed his wife and then committed suicide because he couldn't pay the property taxes on his wholly owned home, which was about to be seized. Now, if ability to pay is critical in waiving user fees, then maybe it should also be applied to homeowner user fees, sometimes called property taxes. Now, in this regard, the Philadelphia Inquirer reporter Craig Stock in 1993 reported that the people in this country are economic illiterates. He based his statement on a national survey performed by the Gallup Poll Company, and which in an economic survey they discovered that the people averaged 39% correct answers. He summarized the findings this way. He said, leaders can lead people astray with simplistic solutions, and when you have a public that is relatively uninformed, that can lead to support for a lot of things that are not necessarily very good for the economy. And what might be some fallacies that many people share? That spending a lot of money on education will result in good education is one of them. Senator Pat Moynihan, chairman of the Senate Finance Committee, has stated many times over that there is simply no correlation between school expenditures and pupil achievement. The Congressional Budget Office did a study on the correlation between math scores and expenditures and came up with a very minuscule correlation in that regard. Many other studies confirm the same thing. Throwing money at education does not mean quality education. The American Legislative Exchange Council has done a recent study in 1993 on the whole nation and has confirmed those results again. As James Coleman in his great 1966 study discovered, it's all the family and the student effort. Now, I applaud the intelligence of the 4 board members who have urged budgetary restraint. And I urge the other 5 to weigh the consequences of this budget increase very, very carefully. Will it improve the educational performance of the district? And if you think it will, how will you measure it? And will you report back to the community whether or not you have accomplished what you said it would accomplish? I think that I would recommend that you think of this seriously. In the last 7 years, we have spent $100 million above inflation and above enrollment growth on education in this community. Our SATs have gone from 947 to 943. I'd say that's status quo. I mean, that's insignificant numerically. What have we got for what we have spent? What have you taken from the taxpayers of the community? What have you given to the kids on behalf of that extra money? And think seriously about the consequences of this budget. I would personally suggest that you review it carefully and, if necessary, send it back to the administration to cut to a given level that is acceptable to the community as a whole. Thank you.
Quality education that they deserve. So I would hate to see that happen to our children. It is also impossible for a teacher teaching over 35 children to provide a quality education. The children are sitting on top of each other. They are annoying each other. So not only are you dealing with providing an education, you're dealing with all the other elements that come into that. So don't do that to our children, please. Thank you.
I'd like to point out, just for the record, that all 9 members of the board are looking to make judicious cuts where needed. We are not in camp, so to speak, as people are trying to make us believe or make it appear. So I just wanted to clarify that.
I want to support that, Mr. Bowman. I think what's disappointing here, and I see it escalating ridiculously, along with other strains of paranoia and rumor mongering and gossip mongering. But like tonight, my favorite oxymoron of the week, of course, is that there are those of us up here that are going to cut state-mandated programs. That's my favorite, to cut state-mandated programs. But anyway, what you see from time to time are splits on the board, 6-3, 7-2, 5-4, be they what they may. And they are splits on issues. They are voting splits on issues. I think you would be surprised, maybe humored, maybe even comforted by some of the ways we do get along when we're not put up here, when we're not forced to vote, and we're not forced to take a stand. The 9 board members get along better than you would imagine. And we've had some good times together. We have had some embarrassing times together. We pitch our fits, we come back, we apologize, we kiss, make up. But we get along up here, contrary to what you think. So the splits you see on this board are issue-oriented and not by personalities. Mrs. Weintraub thanked 5 board members. Mr. Roman thanked 4. I can seriously and with complete heartfeltness, if that's a word, thank 8 other board members up here, and I appreciate them all equally.
Okay, is there any more?
My name is Walter Cosmo. I live in Tolmanson Township. At one time here previously, Donna said that you all take the heat. Well, I had this prepared before I came down now. Today, D-Day +1, plus 50 years, is a very appropriate time to address our school board members. As a combat veteran in all 5 campaigns in Europe, including Normandy, and as a viewer of the atrocities and dead bodies in the concentration camp at Buchenwald, I feel I have a right to speak for all veterans, living and dead. World War II was fought to preserve liberty and freedom, not freedom to do as you please, but freedom to elect federal, state, and local officials, including school board members, to carry out the needs and desires of the majority of the people who elected them. This is not being done by all of our present school board. First of all, I'd like to commend Donna Mengel, Vicki Scher, Teresa Prykowski, and Tom Clemens for truly representing the taxpayers of the North Penn School District by their attempts to give the students quality academic education at an affordable price. Thank you. For the rest of the school board members and the administrators who we feel you act as little dictators and choose to rule rather than serve, the veteran generation lost. I wish every veteran, man and woman, those who will never come home, and those of a dwindling force, every Gold Star mother, father, sister, brother, sons and daughters, could stand up to face you and say, we have not failed you, but you are failing us. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Kathy Callahan. I'm a Tolmenson resident. I don't like to say that all the time. I have two children in the district. I had two children in the district. I have a daughter who was graduated 2 years ago. I have worked with this district for over 11 years, both as an aide in a classroom, unpaid volunteer, home and school presidents, coordinating council president. I would just like to comment on Mr. Roman's comment that the money that we have spent in the last couple years, the extra monies, we've had 316, over 300 students, I might be whatever, 300, 350, who were presented awards last week at the AAA here at the high school, just in 4 classes, it's 9 through 12. They're recognized in the national, state, and regional level. We have, if I'm not mistaken, 52 commended National Merit Scholars this year. SATs do not, in my estimation or anybody's estimation, tell us what kind of a school district we have. We have over 75% of our students taking the SATs. We have students this year going to Harvard, Yale, Princeton, you name it, we've got it. And they're not doing it on scholarships. They're doing it on their own. We have 75% of our students taking SATs. With this number, our SAT scores could be lower because it's not just our top cream of the crop. I don't know where this SAT comes in. I've heard this for 11 years that the SAT scores are not good. It is a bunch of you-know-what. Thank you for the education that my children have received, my child has received and is receiving now.
My name is Sharice Krieger, and I live in Montgomery Township. I, too, purchased a copy of the proposed budget, and upon looking through it, my husband and I realized it wasn't a complete document. There is nowhere in this budget except for the debt service on our construction bond accounts, no indication what the total expenditures that this district spent in the last fiscal school year. So I called Mr. Kelly, and he very congenially provided me with the list from the bond projects, the expenditures from the bond projects. When you add the total figures spent from the bond projects and the expenditures spent from the general fund, this district has actually spent in the 93-94 budget year a total of $151,484,958.20. Now, when we added these figures together, we realized that if the board isn't given the total expenditures, then most assuredly the community isn't getting the accurate picture on what is being spent. When you look at this budget, and I'm sure Mr. Redcamp will agree once again, 76% of this budget is dealing with administrative and teacher salaries. Less than 24% of our budget is actually spent on direct educational services to our children. We were asked to come in and to tell this board how we feel as a community to you proposing an 11% increase in our taxes. If you were increasing the budget to an 11% increase where it was going to go directly into my child's head and everybody else's children's head, I think that this district and the people who pay the property taxes here would be a little bit more accepting. But when you're talking about salaries, you've got to step back and really look at the situation. There is a principal in this district who was hired in 1988 at the salary of $33,000. She will begin the 94-95 budget year at $73,000. That's 121% in salary increase in 6 years. Where else on God's green earth can you go in today's marketplace and make $121 in increases in 6 years? 121%, thank you. Now, my suggestion for this board is to step back and separate your numbers, separate your percentages. Leave the percentages that deal with educating my child alone. Deal with the percentages that are having the direct impact on increasing my property taxes. That's the administrative salaries for each and every one of you. And I don't think I have to remind anybody about the news article that the reporter did back in February that articulated very, very good the increases that our administrators got last year. Sure, that was after a year of 0% increase. Maybe it's time again for another 0% increase at the administrative level. Now, that's not going to be acceptable, and people in this community, especially all the teachers that are here tonight, may believe that that's anti-education mentality. No, it isn't. No, it isn't. I want my child educated to the best ability that I can provide them. But at the rate you're going, I'm not going to be able to afford to educate my children because we're going to have to pay you. So I would like everybody, and the teachers are right, it's about time. You should have taken the offer that was offered you in November. That was fair. I don't know what else they want. I can't imagine what other bargaining tool or mechanism they're going to try to incorporate, but enough is enough. My suggestion, the board, send the budget back. The administrators, step forward and voluntarily take a 0% increase next year. There's where your significant savings are going to come. Not from the nickel and diamond that was going on here earlier this morning. That's ridiculous. And I think everybody in this room was getting just a little bit fed up with that. And I'm up to here with it. And like all of you, concentrate on the meat and potatoes. That's the salaries and the benefits. Thank you.
Clarify for Mrs. Krieger, that the principal was hired as a teacher and was later competed and successfully was promoted to principal, and that's what caused her salary to go up. It wasn't a principal that was hired at $33,000. That's your opinion. I'm sure you don't get promotions in business.
I just want to remind everybody, too, that this board must maintain its competitive edge when they are trying to attract a new teacher out of college. This board is competing with every other school board in the area for the most talented, gifted teachers, which this district has many of. I'd like to also at this time compliment Ken Weir and his office, his staff, for the fine work they've done in the past. I think it would be a major mistake to believe that you could put a PC and PageMaker in a building and put either an already harried secretary or aide or whoever else has the time to sit down at this computer and do the kind of typographical, I used the wrong word, typesetting and graphic arts work that comes out of your office. I'd like to, at this time, if you could please clarify for me the high school music position that was being eliminated, I believe, that was brought up earlier.
It was a middle school music position, and as we looked at the schedules of our middle school teachers, we introduced a related fine arts program for this coming year, and we find that we're able to teach those classes with the staff number reduced by 1 without impacting the class size to any significant degree. So that's an area where we can do without one additional position. No, it will not affect the amount of class time. It will not impact any of the programs. We'll still have our band, our choral program, our orchestra program will remain intact, and our related fine arts program. It's part of a refinement that we go through in the scheduling process, and we're able to do that with 1 fewer music teacher for next year.
Thank you, Don. Other comments before we get back to the board? Okay, great. Let's turn it back to the board for more comments or questions.
The next comment I have was administrative salary increases. To freeze all administrative salaries at today's rate, to increase non-union, non-administrator salaries at cost of living not to exceed 3%. For the record, I'd like to mention that my class size guidelines were not 35 and 40, although my class was larger than that. It was primary K through 2 at 25, elementary 3 to 6 at 26, 7 to 9 at 28, 10 to 12 at 30, legally adjusted for gifted and learning support. I never mentioned the music program either.
Terry, except for one up at the high school, which it's now 29 maximum, were you saying that those were maximums or not?
The word I had was minimum, but it was called to my attention that guidelines was a better word.
They're maximum. And how many teachers do you predict that we're going to be able to save hiring through these new classes?
Last board meeting, it was recommended by 4 of us that this budget go back to the administration for them to make the cuts that they knew were possible. Nobody wanted to do that. So you asked us to come up with specifics. So we came up with specifics, and every specific that we came up with, not knowing the day-to-day operations of the district, has been shot down, kicked out, and everything else, except looked at realistically with some thoughtfulness or whatever. We put in as much as we could in guessing at ideas, grappling at ideas that might work. We asked the administration to do it. They know the details. They know how many people they need in community relations. I'm not out to gut community relations. I'm looking for ways that we can cut that won't affect the children. Would we like to send it back to the administration for them to look at the things that they would like to do to it so that we don't hurt their programs? Thank you.
I don't know what kind of response you're looking for, Terry. You know, we've been charged with our liaison duties to work in the areas that we're working with the particular administrator for ways you can cut in those areas. Now, your elementary ed, have you been working with Charlie on specific elementary ed cuts that you two can come up with? I'm sure Charlie has been looking for ways to cut things and ideas. Dr. Elko has tasked his staff to do that same thing. Even though we didn't throw the budget back at them, doesn't mean that they haven't been working with us to still look for other ways to cut.
I didn't say they haven't looked at it. But every single stupid little idea that I could come up with has been broadcast through the entire district as a stupid idea, and I don't care. It was an idea. My last item is please use your imagination to the board and cabinet and find other not so popular ways to decrease the budget.
Can I say something? I do think, please, Terry's there pretty upset. I think you took her letter get next to the last of her recommendations, then threw it out for the audience to come up and basically they're reacting to rumors that I've heard and I received a number of calls about. And it can be comical at times, but it's become very common whenever there's a very tough budget, and it becomes more exaggerated when there's a tough vote and maybe a tight vote. I have heard from parents who sat at a gifted meeting who listened to a very sensationalized comment that was made there by an employee. I've heard a number of statements made here as though it was established that we were raising class sizes to 35. I mean, I read Terry's memo. I saw her ask for some data. Give me the information, give me some direction. She didn't say, this is exactly what I want to do. She said, I would appreciate it if you'd forward some research to me. And I sympathize. I sympathize with exactly what's taken place here. And it's unfortunate that we weren't able to continue a little bit further, or at least someone react to some of the rumors that have begun to ooze out into the community and the parents themselves. Because I feel unfortunate when I read Lori Halsey Anderson's letter from her daughter, I thought, how sad. Her daughter is that her daughter would maybe be created and upset over a situation that is really way out there, and that other people, parents here, I've seen it before, the emotions, the manipulation that takes place to where everything becomes exaggerated and you stir up a frenzy. I mean, I would like to see the budget addressed in a little bit more responsible fashion, in that we don't go out into the fear-mongering arena.
I believe responsibility too. When you're finished. I guess I have a real concern, because at a last budget meeting, a 10% reduction, it's $9.3 million, and a 5% reduction was thrown out, and I didn't think that that was very responsible. And I do believe, and I would say it again, I'll say it here, that it would take significant degradation of the quality of education to achieve those numbers. And I think that anybody that sits on this board should realize that that's true. We talked about a lot of little things, and we've been talking about a lot of little things, and you can pick little things when you have a bad budget. When 12 mills is caused by property assessment appeals, out of a 25 now a 19 mil budget that's being proposed, things happen. Mr. Weitz, several meetings ago, laid out a whole bunch of expenditures that wrap around some things that have been done in the past. It includes some interest payments for the 2 new schools that are going on, and a variety of other things. I won't try and list them again. He did that very well. There are a lot of uncontrolled expenses, and in fact, if we want to do what they said if we're not going to talk about the $10,000 things, you are going to talk 76% of this budget, salaries and benefits. You can affect those by reducing staff or increasing class size. Those are the only ways. There are a lot of state regulations. You can't touch the special ed kids because they're regulated. There also have been a number of statements from members of this board saying, but don't touch this program or don't touch that program. If you're going to get order of magnitude changes, you're going to go after class size and you're going to go after programs. You're going to go after non-mandated programs. And I didn't feel comfortable with sending back to the administration, give me 10% or 5%, with the implication or the innuendo that there was not going to be serious degradation of the educational quality. Now, Mrs. Schur came up with, Mrs. Prykowski came up with a list of very specific things, and I appreciated that. And as a matter of fact, I support a number of them, user fees and a variety of the others. I have supported all the way through this. But I think that when we talk about saying, here is a proposal that I'm willing to support, or I would like some information on what is the educational impact or the cost of that, because this is a tough budget year. And I think those are good, and I think that they ought to be discussed and find out if we have 5 votes for them. But that's, now we're talking about specific things, and there's a variety of them, some of which I supported a month ago and I supported here tonight. I don't know whether they're going to pass or not, but I think that it's fair. But I don't think it's fair to throw it back without a guideline and without saying, here's where to go, because we have a set the criteria that causes every one of those. It has to do with programs, and it has to do with class size, and that's the only way you're going to talk about something other than the $10,000 items.
Okay. Ralph, my suggestions, and I'm basing this on a breakdown of the budget spending. I personally do not share the philosophy that the lost revenues account for the spending, and considering that the budget is going from an estimated ending year of $84.7 million to what was proposed of $93.3. I also believe it needs to be clarified that these programs are existing in the schools right now. So far, I have not heard a $8 or $9 million accounting of improvements in the education of the students for next year. My child entered this school system, my oldest, in 1987, and he entered when we had a budget of $46 million. I now also have a daughter in 2nd grade in the school system. As they're moving through the school system, I will say that I believe that we have maintained a stable educational system. I would not say that I have seen a doubling of the educational offerings coming through the school system. That is to be honest, and yet the people in this community and the school district's budget has far exceeded the inflation rate of both of the community and of our enrollment growth. The parallels that are there I find to be greatly exaggerated. You want to talk about what is causing the spending in the budget. Well, if you look at the budget, and anyone that has one out there on page 1 of your $8 budget, you will find the budget by object. There is a $3.5 million increase from the current year's spending estimate to next year's budget in salaries and benefits alone. That is 12.63 mils for increases only in salaries and benefits. If you go down to your 300, your 400, your 500 and 600 accounts, they are your nebulous other. They are the things that you have to see the invoices for. Raid Dennis Kelly's office, then Dennis Kelly himself has to go to each department head to be able to pinpoint exactly where that money is going. He cannot necessarily tell me when I make a phone call to him. It may deal with a calendar, it may deal with a school publication, it may deal with a photographer for some special use. The spending increase is right there. It's $1.59 million. That is 5.73 mils of your spending increase. If you go down to your 800 other objects, you'll see a $1.85 million increase. That is 6.66 mils of increased spending. If you go to other financing uses, you will find a $1,052,000 increase, the equivalent of 3.78 mils. The total that you have there, my folks, is a 28.8 mil increase in spending. The balance has been deferred by growth in revenues. Now, we can talk deferred by the increase and your growth in your revenues that are in this budget. The spending is in the budget. If you go from year to year and you look at this year's budget as compared to last year's numbers, it is being expended. Now in revenues, and this is where I'd like to clarify and get my position out from before. Now that we've established there is the equivalent of our millage increases to the spending categories of the budget. In the revenues area, Dennis has been kind enough to answer a question for me, and this is related to where we might be able to recognize some potential in that area rather than expenditures. Under our R7 page of revenues from other financial sources, I wanted to revisit the Transportation Department area of the budget because I still had concerns about why we were still realizing such a loss from the subcontracting out of the bus transportation. So I wanted to find out where are the revenues for the buses that we intend to sell. I understand, Bill, you talked about 30 to 32 employees would be leaving the busing department. What was the final number?
The anticipation that we had approximately 40 buses that could be worth as much as $100. I can't tell you specific, $100,000. I'm sorry. Where Dennis has that in the budget, I couldn't tell you exactly.
Okay, Dennis was saying that it would be under the sale of compensation for loss of fixed assets. Now, you're saying you expect to sell 40 buses,
Some of which are worth maybe $1,000.
school buses at $1,000.
Some of them have an excess of 250,000 miles on them. Some of them are excess buses that have been sitting there in reserve that date back to the early 80s. They literally have no value.
Well, how many bus drivers are just now leaving and transferring out of our district payroll?
Approximately 40.
Well, there were 40 bus drivers. They weren't riding bicycles picking up these kids. I assume all of their vehicles were moving.
We had 109 active routes, active buses on the road, or we have 109 active buses on the road this year, and we have something in excess of 20 reserve buses.
Now, Bill, you talked about waiting until October to put them on the market.
Yes.
As a board member, I would like to suggest that perhaps we look towards putting them on the market this summer when other school districts are in the market for purchasing
I think that would be a
buses.
wonderful idea, except for, and I'll give you some concrete examples. I met with Mrs. Clark earlier today, and we talked about the possible responsibility we will have for earlier intervention if that should go through. Currently, we've identified the possibility of 60 early intervention children in this district. We have no vehicles. I may very well have to come back to the board in September and ask you to buy some additional vehicles to transport those students on.
Bill, at the extreme, how many
So
are there?
the point that I'm also trying to make is that we've identified some additional responsibilities just over this past week for transporting additional children. We may, it is probably very optimistic to think now that we have 40 extra buses that we're going to be able to sell. If our responsibility for mandated transportation continues at the pace that it is, we're going to eat up a significant number of those buses, and we're going to have to hire back those drivers that we have furloughed.
Vicki, the situation with early intervention, we will not know until the governor's budget is passed whether or not we're going to have to operate that program here in the district. So really, it would be prudent to wait till we have that information because we had 60 students as of the beginning of March. Right now, we're not sure how many students are there, and they're bused all over the county and beyond.
Well, Judy, I realize we might need to hold back on a few of them, but what I'm talking about, not 40, because your market is there now and supply and demand. I mean, I see a depreciation in the return on those buses simply by trying to sell them in October versus the season when school
Mr. Chair, I
districts would
think the point that I need to make, while some of those buses are marginal, and as I said, some of them may be worth $1,000, $2,000. Those are certainly the buses that we will try to get rid of early. But those buses that still have a little bit of life left in them, if you will, those are the buses that we're going to want to retain for the use for early intervention or for some of the other mandated busing that we're going to be required to do. And those are the buses that may be worth perhaps $5,000, $6,000, $7,000, $8,000, $10,000. It would be a mistake, a serious mistake, to liquidate those at this time.
But you're not expecting to gather much more than a 5 to 10,000? I'm seeing an average of $2,500 here. If you're talking 40 buses at $100,000.
Well, I was extremely shocked when I saw the $100,000, and so I went and dug back to our transportation study that came out last fall. I said, boy, we ought to make more for the buses, and sure enough, I actually copied the page. Bill copied it for me because I said, I can't believe that. And sure enough, the transportation study showed that our recovery on buses was going to be $100,000 because of the age and service of those buses. And when we sell them is one issue, but indeed, I was surprised to find out that, yes, it is indeed, and we've had professionals look at it, and that's a reasonable number for us to assume to recover for the buses that we'll get rid of.
Mr. Shar, as Mr. Reckamp pointed out, that was a very specific requirement of that Griffith study that we had done. We had them look at all of that list of buses that we have and estimate for us what they felt those buses were worth on the open market. So that $100,000 figure that we're working with is the figure that our consultants, the Griffith Associates, provided us with.
Can I go? I want to clarify my position on a couple things. I want to repeat what Donna said, that contrary to what you may think, it isn't two camps here. We do get along. We shake hands afterwards and we get home and we appreciate the democracy that we have. But Ralph, I do want to address one of your comments that you felt it was irresponsible even to send it back to them for a 5% cut. I didn't share with the public my views as far as the teacher's contract offer, but I certainly expressed my views to all these board members at executive session that I do not support the current offer, which showed up in the $93 million budget, and you all knew that, and that was one of the main reasons I would not support this budget. And if you really take a look at it, and it's been brought out a couple times tonight, that the meat and potatoes of this thing are the salaries and benefits. I mean, yeah, we can nickel and dime, but I felt it was my job as a board member to take a look at number 100 and number 200 were salaries and employee benefits, and that was my job as a board member. I also thought it was my job as a board member facility liaison to work with Art, and I thought that we were fortunate. There wasn't any pat on the back here. We were fortunate that Art could come up with some good numbers. But then I looked, I skipped line number 300, 400 because they weren't too big, but I looked at lines 500, which was other services, which jumped from 4.2 to 5.8. I then skipped 600 and 700, and then I went to 800, which jumped from 3.8 to 5.7. And I looked at 900, and I saw from 2.6 to 3.6, and I said to myself, these areas right here are worth a blanket statement, and let's send it back for 5%. I felt as a board member I was doing my job to take a look at the salaries, and that is confidential in executive session, and I felt that was my half, and that now the administrators could do their half. So I just wanted to clarify my position.
Okay.
But, okay, that's all.
Can we talk about meat and potatoes here? I mean, the comments I made the other night, I'd like to repeat them again. I'd like to find out if anybody is really interested in letting me know if they truly understand what we're talking about. The meat and potatoes is overall in these salaries and benefits for our employees. We've talked about it over and over again. It is 77% of our budget. But if we talk about the increases that we're facing, let us understand them. To make up for lost tax revenues, it will cost us 6 mills in taxes. Do you agree with that? That is what it costs us to make up for lost revenues. Our debt service will cost us 5 mills. We must pay that. Do you agree with that? It is a fact. The new school utilities will cost us almost 1 mill. We must pay our bills. Increased enrollment will cost us 1.5 mills. The students are coming. Do you agree with that? And finally, the non-public transportation contract that we as a board signed will cost us 3 mills. Do you agree with that? The total is 16.5 mils. We've cut the budget down to 19. That gives us 2.5% to dicker with music programs, with art programs, with extracurricular activities. What is it that you want out of this budget?
Mr. Weiss, I'd like to point out that the 2-something mills that you have left over, we used to pay back on all those assessment appeals that we lost and had to expend that funds. So basically, we're down to zero.
My point is, we cannot escape these expenditures.
That's exactly right.
It is not fat that we're looking at. We are looking at reorganizing our staff, cutting the programs, making the parents and the students pay for activities. We are trying to fix programs that aren't broken. Can we get to that point where we understand that 16.5 mils are absolutely required and we cannot escape it? Now, what would you like to do with the rest of it?
It's actually 19 mils.
It certainly is. We are a far cry from 28 where we started. In this book, started out at 28. We brought it down to 19. 16.5 we can't do anything with. What else would we like to do with it? $10,000 at a time? We'll be here until June 30th at 11:59 and we will not have a budget. Can we get serious about what we are talking about? It is not fat. It is not inefficiency. These are things that we must pay. Where do we want to go, folks?
David, I agree with you on parts of it, and I agree that...
Which parts of the facts don't you agree with?
I agree with you on the 16 mil, obviously. What I don't agree with is what people are calling nickel and dimes. We're asking everybody to tighten their budget. We're asking people not to expend here, not to expend there. And there are certain things that we are expending, that the administration is expending, that the school board's expending, that can be cut. Yeah, it may be nickel and dimes. Yes, it may be 10,000 here, 20,000 there. But if you're talking about fiscal responsibility, then it should be total fiscal responsibility. It shouldn't just be one department, another department, or a third department. With that in mind, I would also like to clarify that when we were talking and we were voting on a 5% decrease, we weren't voting on a 5% decrease in certain areas. We were voting on a 5% decrease in total expenditure. The part of that you're voting on is that 76% of that you cannot touch. Another 4% of that is mandated. You cannot touch that. So when you're talking about $9 million or $5 million, you're talking about 20% of your budget, and that amount of money comes out to 30% of that has to be cut. And that is a very difficult thing to do because what's in those 30% are textbooks, there's programs such as the music program, such as the art program. There are other things that can be cut. But that's where that 5% is coming out of. You cannot furlough teachers. I don't know how many times I can say this to get it through people's head, but you cannot furlough teachers for economic reasons. It's impossible. If you get rid of the whole music program, yes. But you can't get rid of a social studies teacher and increase class sizes and expect us to be able to do that. It's against the law. There are certain mandates that eliminate us from doing things that it would be very nice to be able to do and people are talking about doing, but they cannot be done. Well, that leaves us with increases in how many teachers, new hires. And that is something that has been brought up by various board members, it's been brought up by community members. I, as liaison for secondary ed, went back to Dr. Venema and said, you know, your net is going to be 3 teachers. Where can you, without damaging the education of the children, where can you cut? And Dr. Venema came up with it. He redid some numbers and some schedulings, and he came up with 2.5. He still owes me 1/2. You know, he hasn't gotten to that one yet. Fine. Then we look at the elementary area, and this is going to be the one that everybody's talking about, the music program. There are 3 new music positions. I went back to Mr. Keffer. I missed a meeting, so I really didn't get to talk to him, and asked him, if we did not hire those 3 teachers, would we have a significant and detrimental effect on the programs offered here in the school district? And it wasn't, well, we are going to eliminate the Suzuki program because so this way we save 1 teacher. No. The question that was asked was, if we do not hire 3 new teachers at the elementary level in the music program, will it have a detrimental effect on it? Realizing that the only place that we can cut in this project is at the staff level. Now, if Mr. Keffer would like to answer that, I put out my one proposal. I think it's something that he can answer.
When I put together all of the staffing requests for elementary school, I did that based on maintenance of the current class size guidelines, which for the benefit of the public who may not know what they are, it was in the primary grades K-3, it was an upper limit of 25, and in grades 4, 5, and 6, it was an upper limit of 28. So the positions that are in there that are new reflect the needs that are necessary to maintain that. Relative to Mrs. Leahy's comments about the music program, and it could also be said of others, those requests for the 3 additional music teachers are based on the fact that it's built on past practice. If we do not have those positions, it will mean that we either have to reduce and or eliminate some kind of programs. And by that I mean, if we are to reduce vocal music teachers, then it means that the board is saying to us that we are no longer going to preserve either 30 minutes a week in the kindergarten for vocal music, or we're going to reduce the 50 minutes a week that every class gets currently. That's very clearly different than what we have done to date. That can be done. You have to decide what damage or reduction of a children's educational program is. The other things that we can do, we can go back and we can look at the strings program. We can eliminate some portion of it, or we can increase the number of youngsters that each teacher would currently teach. And the same thing is true with the instrumental program. I have to point out, those are small group lessons. The average band teacher currently teaches, next year it's projected, would teach 185 youngsters a week. The strings teachers, I think it's somewhere in the neighborhood of 140 youngsters, and they teach them twice weekly because of the demands of that program. If we reduce by 3 music teachers, then it will have to come out of the program in some way. It could be that we eliminate some portion of it, or we simply reduce the amount of time that children are get. And I cannot say to you that 30 minutes a week in vocal music is a great deal of music for kindergartners, nor can I tell you that I think that 50 minutes a week is overly generous. I think those are reasonable amounts of time in those programs, but I think you have to judge, the board has to judge whether it wants to see that reduced. If that's your direction, that's what we will do.
While you have the mic, could you just clarify the number? There was a lot of numbers tossed around tonight from the audience, and I heard they were saying over 30 a couple times in elementary classrooms, and I was checking my 90-day enrollment, and I never saw it, and I just wish you'd clarify that.
Okay. Tom, I heard those numbers too, that there would be class sizes of 35 or 40. I'd like to set the record straight and say that there are no classes in elementary schools currently that are larger than 30 youngsters. Those happen to be in several 5th grades in the district, and I don't know where the idea of 35 or 40 youngsters would come from. Clearly, if we were not to approve the request for 8 new classroom teachers K-6, it would obviously be some increased class sizes. I do not think that they would reflect those kinds of numbers.
Charlie, would you
Trying to get rid of this thing.
comment on the state requirements for music?
The requirement of the state is that there be a planned program in art, in music, and in physical education, Terry, but it does not specify the amount of time. I think for many years we have used the time allocations that I've outlined. We think that's a reasonable program. I think that if you make reductions much below 50 minutes a week for youngsters, I think you have to question the value of your basic investment. I think if you said, for example, well, we're going to take it down to 30 minutes, I would come back as an educator and say, it's hardly worth the money that you're spending if you're going to reduce it to that. I think you can skinny down a program to the point that it's not worth very much. I firmly believe that the amount of time that we put into art and music and physical education are warranted. I think it makes a good program. I think there are many school districts and many educators in other districts that would tell you that we are not overly generous in the amount of time that we devote to those programs. I would not recommend that you do that. But I have said to you as a group and individually, if that's what you direct me to do, that's what I will do.
I'm just trying to squeeze Latin in.
Well,
Don,
let me just say to you that on the issue of foreign language, and I don't want to debate that for a long time, I think foreign language would be a wonderful idea if this board and this community could afford it. But I would point out to you that to give every youngster in this district 50 minutes of music a week, it costs us 13 teachers. And if you're going to introduce foreign language, you have to be ready to accept the fact that it's going to be more than once a week to produce an effective program. That's going to be far more teachers than 13, I assure you.
Don, not unlike the proposal or the questions that Carmen had asked of Charlie, there were ones that were asked of you as far as increasing class sizes in, what were they? You had prepared some numbers before on levels 5 and 6 in the area of social studies or whatnot. Would you give me those again, please?
Yes. We had looked at two other positions at the high school, one in the science department and one in the social studies department. The impact of reducing a position in those departments would result in some sections with average class sizes at 30, 32, 32.3, and when I say average class sizes, I mean that some of those sections, if there are, let's say, 10 sections, you might have some of those sections might be 3 or 4 numbers higher than that. Other sections would be 3 or 4 below that. An average number isn't the best figure to use because as you schedule students, you don't get a balanced class size across all the sections. Some of the sections that would, other sizes might be 28.8 in biology, 5.0, for example, in science. And advanced biology would be 30. Botany would be 33.5. BSCS biology would be 30. Those are the average class sizes in the science department that would result if we were to eliminate the one position that we're proposing to add there.
And these are our more capable
That's
students,
correct.
levels 5 and
These
6.
are our 5.0, which are academic, and our 6.0, which are honor students. In social studies, and for the benefit of the audience, you need roughly 5 to 6 sections reduced in order to equate to one teacher, because that's a typical teacher instructional load. The averages there were 28, 32.3, 28, 31, and there was another section of 29.5. And if we reduced sections, those would be average class sizes, again, thinking that some of those sections will be 2 or 3 higher than that, maybe 4 or 5 higher than that. Some of those sections would be lower than that average. And again, those are the same kinds of classes, Mrs. Mengel. They're the 5.0 and the 6.0 classes.
6.0. Okay, and so that would be a possibility of 2 positions.
We also have numbers in mathematics that are comparable.
How many in mathematics?
Well, the guidelines are a little bit different in different sections. Right. We have an Algebra 2 section be 28.5. Our applied math numbers would be above the guideline, and the guideline is much lower there, as you know, and that's a different kind of class. one at 29.5, two more at 28 as averages.
Okay, so Donna, a potential cost savings, salary, benefits, total package would be how much? Under this scenario? under
I'm
the
not sure
scenario
the
just
total
gave?
dollar amount. Dr. Elko may know that.
45,000.
I'm sorry, doctor, I didn't hear you.
45,000 per position, including salary and benefits, Mrs. Mangle.
Including the benefits,
Yes, ma'am.
45,000. Okay, thanks, Don.
Don, in the science, is any of that lab work that,
It's all lab. All those courses have lab work.
do the facilities hold 35 children?
I guess hold is the operative word, yes. We have a much tighter limitation in chemistry and physics where we have a limited number of stations. We only have 24 stations, therefore we can't have a number higher than 24. In the biology classes, there's a little bit more leeway, but numbers that high can create some problems in lab situations.
Can you physically, given the labs as they are, fit that many number into a lab? I'm just
Well,
curious.
we can fit 30 or 32, 33 desks in a classroom. That reduces the amount of space as students move around. Typically, the biology labs have lab stations on the perimeter of the room. There's only so many sinks. There's only so much space to operate from. Those labs weren't necessarily designed for that many students. The numbers we might experience with 32, 33 students in there, it's going to be crowded. And as a former science teacher, I know it would be crowded.
Until the second high school was built, if the majority wished that, right? I said it would be tight under this proposal until the second high school would be built if the majority of the board wished that. It's not a long-term suggestion.
I think that the staff drives off the number of students, not the number of high schools. Especially for mainline academic classes, the number of staff drives off the number of kids, not the number of buildings.
That's correct, Mr. Rector.
Okay, can we still have two items on the agenda tonight. If we've gotten out all the new ideas, we'll still continue to work this up until next Thursday, at which time we bring to the board as recommended the items.
Vicki hasn't finished her list. I just put in mine. Again, going back to, I realize that, everyone is saying we're nickel and diming it, but again, I still do believe that it has to be done. I've said I do not support user fees, and Fred will be perking up in about 2 seconds. Instead of charging our students, I think we should get it one more time and try it one more time. Get rid of the employee assistance program, that's $35,000. If everybody's going to cut, I think they need to cut too. And I'd rather see that $35,000 than the $50,000 coming out of our students' pockets. So that is one recommendation, and I think, if we have a consensus on that, possibly that can also come out. Vicki has some more that, I don't know if you want to discuss that, but Vicki has a few items that she wants to continue on.
Okay.
And one of these will be supporting a recommendation basically by Terry Mine reads, though, however, a pay freeze for all administrators that receive salary increases above 3.2% in the 93-94 school year. A maximum 3% for all administrators who receive 3.2 or less in that school year. Elimination of mileage reimbursement for districts for inter-district travel under the administrative category. We've discussed the bargaining unit employees budget. That was one of those that I was walking in with. I'd also like to have consideration of elimination of financial reimbursement for department head and chairperson designations. I consider them positions of honor, and basically it's my understanding that overtime work on committees is paid as overtime work on committees. Department head services that are taking place during the day when they're already on the clock, I believe, should be sufficient reimbursement. I had also the elimination of the employee assistance program, so I will support that recommendation. On service staff, within the budget, I would support a 3% pay increase. By that, I mean our custodians, our security guards, our bus drivers. I would also like to suggest that we do receive more background data regarding the personnel of secretarial staff. We as a board have not really discussed secretarial staff. I know that Fred has said at some point we will be discussing it. It's in the budget, but there hasn't been a discussion at our level. I would suggest that perhaps we get some background data on for departmental review of the ESC secretarial staff, so that we see a check and balance procedure, how many are being placed in each department, and evaluate that pay raise increase there. I would also recommend an elimination of the taxpayer-funded employee, professional, and club memberships and publications within the budget. These I mean by through the check registers. Although membership and dues are zero lines in this budget, I know from the check register that I see routinely several entries in every check register for an association of supervision and curriculum, or association of secondary principals, or association of this. So while memberships and dues was basically canceled out by the board, I believe, 2 or 3 years ago, it was eliminated.
Individual memberships, we have some organizational memberships where we may join one organization so that we get the publications and share them amongst several people.
Well, after seeing the check register for a long period of time, I began to realize that memberships and dues may have been eliminated, but not the expenses. They were simply put under another category. And I don't know where to find them.
A number of those items
do I
are
find
for
them under
workshops or for conferences that people are going to at ASCD. I can assure you, there's been no membership charged to individual memberships.
But Dennis, many of these journals are the memberships. In other words, your membership is that magazine, and there is a lot of them. I have my check register here. We could read off quite a few at 150 here, 200 there. And maybe perhaps you would like to do us a favor and tally them up. How much is going out to the different professional associations, so the board itself can see what's another part of the expense budget that we can't pick out because it's in other objects, unless we're going to really roll up our sleeves and go through check registers or go into your invoices.
Right, but as I stated, there have been no individual memberships paid by anybody in this district.
Well, I would like to see, again, consideration of freezing anything that's associated with those professional publications that are there, as a matter of trying to take things in a priority level and starting with the adults, because there's been so much on the table that has dealt with student-related programs. I'd like to see us start with the adults, and those are my recommendations.
Mr. Ray Camp and
Is there a consensus on the EAP?
yeah. Oh well, yes, I'd say yes. Wrap it into the benefits program.
Is there direction back to have that, remove that from the budget?
To do what?
To remove the EAP from the...
I don't think we should make that decision now. This was out of the blue to me, and I'd like to learn more about what it does. I know it's the employee assistance program, but does it get used? Who uses it? And what are we losing by cutting it out, not just an arbitrary, let's get rid of something?
It's been up for 3 years now.
I think that it's clear that the employee assistance program, I think it's $35,000, and it is a valuable service, I do believe. We have raised before the question as to whether that shouldn't be one of the issues
Wrapped into benefits.
in the negotiations, but I would think that it would be extremely short-sighted if we cut the employee assistance program, because folks, we have a big school district, the people have a lot of kids in their classes, it puts a lot of pressure on them. This is a cheap way to get help for people that need it instead of making them be bad teachers and bad staff. This is one of the best values for our dollar that we have, and I think it's foolish for us to cut it.
Well, I think the other point is, though, that there is health insurance so that you can get that service. There are other agencies that offer it for free. And I think if we're going to cut, everybody has to cut. And I'll be darned if I'm going to approve taking money out of a student so that he can play an athletic when that coverage can be gotten somewhere else. And that is my opinion, and that's my opinion for the last 3 years.
Mr. Bowman. I wonder if I could just take a second. I heard somebody say that perhaps it's a better idea to discuss this at another point in time. I've sat pretty quietly, I think, most of the night, and it's not very easy, very honestly. The EAP is something that I deal with directly. It impacts all the 1,315 employees that we have in this school district. The total cost, when you say $35,000, I know that's a lot of money. And I don't in any way want anybody to misunderstand that I don't know that. But if you're talking about 1,350 people, it cost us approximately $25 per person per year. Mrs. Leahy, you perhaps know something about that, but I'm not quite sure when I hear you talk about the fact that it's covered somewhere else, that it's covered under Blue Cross Blue Shield. When we began the Employee Assistance Program, I pushed very hard for it because it was my experience, day in and day out and year out, of dealing with employees at all levels, coming into my office with problems that I was incapable of dealing with, that needed the kind of help and support that is available to them through the Penn Foundation, which is our Employee Assistance Program. The problem that we have, very simply, is that the medical coverage that we have on our medical plans does not begin to pay for that sort of thing. They allow $12 per hour, $12.50 per hour for psychological services. Those services run on the average of $75 to $100 per hour. People cannot go and get the kind of support. I understand and appreciate the position, at least that Mrs. Mengel took last year on the Employee Assistance Program. And it was a position that she felt pretty strongly about, I think, in terms of it should be something that's negotiated. It should be something that the teachers, because of their salaries, probably administrators, because everybody thinks that because we make high salaries that we should be participants as well. But that it should be a shared cost. And I don't have any problem with that concept, but I do have a problem with possibly losing it if it gets to the point where you negotiate it, we're another year without a contract, or whatever point in time it takes to get that. We have people that truly need it and take advantage of it. And I can't trade places with anybody sitting here to tell you the experiences I've had that relate directly to that and the kinds of benefit that we get out of that program. I can't tell you how many different times I've sat in my office and personally called because somebody had to be taken there right away. It's an extraordinary benefit. If you go to, we're always, and I'll say it in the kindest way I can, we get it shoved down our throat all the time about we've got to be more like business and industry. Business and industry pioneered in this concept. And the good companies all have it because they understand and they recognize the benefits that come from it. I am told, but I can't prove it to you, but I am told that there are advantages in terms of the well-being of the employees and also in terms of absences and all the other kinds of problems that come along with the problems that people have. And I know in my own heart, and I think in my own experience, that in fact those benefits do accrue to us. But if you want to tell me, put it down in black and white, I can't do that for you. But I do think that it's short-sighted and wrong. I just personally think it's wrong if you eliminate that as a benefit to all of our employees, to all of them.
Carmen and Fred, in light of what both of you have said, the position I did take last year and I would support, and I think it's probably the best of both of your suggestions, is that we in fact keep the EAP program, but two things. We research the possibility of wrapping it in some way to our health benefits plan or our flex benefits plan, which Dennis
Flex
Kelly and
benefits,
Fred Schmidt were pioneers in our district for something we've never had before. And Mrs. Leahy, I think you're absolutely right, and I support you wanting to take the $35,000 off the backs of the taxpayers and taxpayers and place it in a situation where they can select it as a benefit in the Flex Benefits Program, or, Fred, help me with the number again, that $35,000 over the employees is how much apiece?
It's about $25 per year.
And I think we've got a good number of people that could pick that tab up themselves. And so I think there is an opportunity to take it off the taxpayers and make a better deal here.
We can put it wherever, if we are going to have an employee pay for it, or if you're going to put it for the flex benefit, but I don't think it should be a free charge, and we've talked about this before. And it's something that we've said, for the last couple of years. And I think it's something that, again, it should not be a taxpayer-funded program. And we're trying to get away from burdening the taxpayer. So if your suggestion is valuable or doable, let's put it that way, it is valuable, then I would support that totally, but I certainly do not believe that we should foot the bill for it. I think it should be part of either their insurance, or they pay per use, or whatever. If you're talking about $25, I think $25 out of anyone's pocket to have that kind of service is really not a heck of a lot of money.
Unfortunately, that's predicated on the entire district number of people, the 35,000 and the $25 per, I think it is. If you let it on a basis of as needed or as wanted, so to speak, now you're increasing the rates per that person. Plus, when you select your flexible benefits, you do it at the beginning of the year. Many people might not know that they need it or decide that they have to use it until after they've chosen those. And that puts us in a quandary too. The whole idea is that we want employees that are happy where they work, that are comfortable where they are, that aren't stressed out, that can deal with our children, that can work in our district and provide the best education we can. You can't do that if they're worried about home problems or other things that are stressing them out. And I think that this is a small price to pay for the benefits of for our people in the district.
I just don't agree that we should be paying, that the taxpayer should be paying, and that's been my position all along. Whether it's valuable or not, I imagine it is, but why do we have to pay for it?
Do we have 5 people that want that taken out of the budget this year?
Taken out completely? Not the program. The expense we more creatively work with. Right.
And how are we going to do that this year? We can't do that this year.
Do a journal.
Because we have no teacher's contract to work it with. So am I hearing that this year we can't touch it, and it's an issue to look at next year?
No, next year we'll
Should have notches on a bedpost here for how many years now? I thought that there was information requested last year by Mrs. Mangle.
There was, and there was information provided last year to Mrs. Mangle and to the public.
Does that mean that was a dead issue?
Okay, let's move on. I don't hear 5.
Well, wait a second. Are you saying that we can't do anything with it this year because we don't have a contract, but next year we'll be bound by a contract and won't be able to do anything again?
You put it in the contract this year that you negotiate, if you want it in there. Put it in the contract this year and make it a requirement. If you want to do that, fine, but since we don't have one and don't expect one by the end of June, now you either have to make a decision that you're going to keep it in here or put it in the future contract. Since we don't have it, and we don't know when it's going to be, you have one or the other. You can't have both.
Well, my vote is, if it's not in the contract, it's not in the budget next year.
Okay, fine. That's what I want to hear. This year, though, you're saying because we don't have a contract, that's it. Now, is there 5 people that say, drop it from this year's budget? That's what I want to know. And if it is, then we'll tell Dr. Alco, pull it out. Do I count 5? I count Carmen.
Right here. I think between now and Thursday, we should have another executive session in light of the negotiation. And discuss it at that time, because it is a negotiated item and shouldn't be
It may be a
fully
negotiated
volunteer.
item, that's fair. However, even though we make that an offer, doesn't guarantee that it will be in the contract that's ultimately signed. Correct, Mr. Schmidt?
Yes.
Well, then I suggest you don't seek a consensus tonight and you give us the time till next Thursday.
Okay, great.
Mr.
I
Bowman,
might be at the AP next Thursday night.
well, put up your $25, Fred.
I'm bringing a puff tent on Thursday night, I tell you, and a sleeping bag.
Mr. Bowman, along with some of the other recommendations that were made tonight, some I can live with and some I don't feel I
I
could.
didn't get one of Vicky's things.
You'd only make a paper
Everybody's got
airplane out of
Vicky's
it.
comments, and I didn't get one.
I don't know.
I didn't get one either,
They're
Dick.
passed
We're sharing.
around over at the personnel area.
Everybody's had these great ideas to share with the board, and then we don't get them.
She didn't give them to any of the guys that would make paper bowls and throw them.
Just give them, to share among you girls' club, huh? Well, that's not fair.
Can somebody go over the sexual harassment policy for the bouncing board?
You're forcing sexual harassment. Don, I believe you have some comments as to how we can cut. Is that what we were getting to before Dick decided to?
Is there anything else that we're gonna discuss here?
I would like to suggest another
You have a
cut.
list, too, that we
No,
have?
I do not have a list, because I think some of the things here, like I said, were good, and some I don't think I would choose to live with. As we look at other considerations, I believe in the budget, we have $40,000 in staff travel, not student, staff travel. In light of the fact that you wished 2 schools to be built to accommodate growth, I try and relate that to my experience at home. If I was having twins and needed to add an addition to my home to accommodate growth, I might have to forego trips, vacations, whatever, to accommodate that. I don't feel we can afford all things for all people. And if the thrust is to put the kids first, then I said in conversation with Mr. Weir this afternoon that maybe some of the adults have to back away from the trough and let the kids in. So I would suggest that the $40,000, a moratorium be put on that staff travel for 1 year till we get the schools up and running, to add it to the other consideration list as a cut.
Mrs. Mengel, before you do that, I mean, I just want to clarify that while that is listed as travel, that is, a big majority of that money is for one-day workshops. That is not $40,000 spent on people going to different states or to go on long trips. A lot of that is for teachers who go on, say, a one-day conference over to King of Prussia or Valley Forge or one of those type places. I just don't want people to misunderstand that it's money to go on trips.
No, I just referred to staff travel, $40,000, take it out.
That was cut.
1 year.
That was cut a few years ago from a number in the $70,000 to $80,000 range.
80
It was
down to 45.
80 down to 45, and then we cut it down further to
40.
40,000.
Capped it at 40.
Right.
So,
Well, given that there's obviously some very essential things that we must participate in, maybe we want to cut it in half and leave it at Dr. Alco's discretion to divvy out that money judiciously as absolutely necessary. I mean, anytime you say no travel at all.
Well, we're
it
talking 1
hurts
year.
us.
We're talking 9 months for some folks. I said this 2 years ago, and I don't care how many faces are made out in the audience. You know, what is 1 year going to do to anybody's IQ, anybody's career, anybody's resume, if everybody just held steady for 1 year so we can put the buildings up? You know, you have to have this, you have to have that. Okay, we'll give the kids everything they have to have. The adults are going to have to back off. And what is going to be the big deal that could possibly harm any faculty member, any employee, to sit home for 9 months to get through this next school year with these 2 new elementaries?
I concur.
Oh, jeez.
That's it?
What did he say?
Yeah, they say something else.
He agreed.
I agree. With that same being, just a question to Dennis, maybe you can help me out. Would that include some travel, though? I do believe we sent some teachers to California to learn something on a science program or something like that. Is that in there?
Wait, at one time, the board did
That's part
send
of the-
people to go to California for year-round schools. They went on a trip to learn about year-round.
But I think what Tom's talking about is the people who went to look at the science programs, and that was covered by the Merck
Oh,
grant.
that was the Merck Science Grant.
Yeah.
That
That wasn't
entirely-
part of it.
No, that wasn't part of that.
What about PIAA? Is that under conference?
I can't hear you.
PIAA.
It's exempted.
There is other under athletics.
That's separate.
Okay.
any of the new programs, and I guess, Charlie, it's for you, for the reading recovery, does that include any travel? Is that budget, is there anything in there for that one?
Yes, it does. And when we made a commitment to send a reading recovery teacher, there is an ongoing program of periodic training and attendance at some of those meetings there. So I think that the idea of cutting it out entirely is crippling. It contradicts some of the ongoing commitments that the board has made. I think there are some times that people are required to travel as part of their responsibilities. For example, there are various meetings in Harrisburg that we have had to go to in order to get the building plans and that sort of thing approved. So if you take away that entire budget, then what you're really saying is when people are required to travel to fulfill their responsibilities to this district, they do it at their expense. Frankly, I don't think that's fair.
No, that wouldn't be fair, and then we need to break that category down. I mean, this is one of the disadvantages to not going on, a line-to-line budget, particularly, which is what I was used to from municipal government. In a line-to-line, we would know that, and we wouldn't have to sit up here sounding like we're cruel and ugly or whatever. But, yeah, sure, you have to go up to L&I, get plans approved. That's all part of the job of an Art Wood or yourself or whatever. Those things are understandable. But when we send people off for career enrichment or this or that, and some of those nice things granted, those would be the ones that I would like to see people just stay home for a year and let's, not the ones that are required. But we don't know that if we don't have line-to-line budgets,
It
Hold
isn't.
it right there on L&I approval. Art, maybe you could speak up. I beg to differ with, did any of us or any of you guys went out to actually get L&I approval? I would think you
I'm
rely on
using
the
it as a
architect
Harrisburg trip
or the
example.
engineer to do that.
The architect or the engineer will typically get L&I. It's not uncommon to have to go out to the Bureau of School Facilities. And when we do that, we typically take a company vehicle, then there's no expense involved.
Let's be more accurate about it. Much of the travel, a large percentage, are day trips, as was indicated here, to King of Prussia, to Philadelphia. There may be a National Council of Science Teachers Conference in Philadelphia, where we would send 3 or 4 teachers to bring ideas back. There may be something connected with the math program as close as King of Prussia. We would send Dave Decker and somebody else to that. Probably 80% of the $40,000 is devoted to one day, one seminar, bring ideas back, send one person, 2 people, 3 people to share ideas with the department. That's what it's all about. If you don't want us to go out and bring back those ideas, that's what it translates into in 1 year, if that's what you want to happen. That's your choice.
I just don't feel that in 1 year we're going to go down the sinkhole, and also that cost and those trips don't reflect, I don't think, maybe I'm wrong, that $40,000 reflects what it costs us for substitutes or people to replace those that are missing.
And that's correct, Mrs. Mangle. For teachers, when we send teachers, it does not reflect substitutes, which is in the substitute line item.
Right. So there's an added help there.
When there are curriculum council meetings that are put on by the county, for example, things like that, and there's a minor registration fee of $25 or $50, North Penn would not be represented at those types of meetings as well.
Well, we just put
Any
staff
other
travel
ideas
back
for
on
the
the
board
agenda.
before we cut off?
Well, perhaps we
We
should,
should put it back on the agenda, and that way they could come under our discretion as to, for evaluation. Well, that was the tradition for many years, and I would even question this allocation under superintendent's general discretion. Then it would be regulated by board decisions.
You want us to go back to the point where we're voting on every trip?
Bill, it was going on for years, my
I know, and it was the
goodness. You weren't-
stupidest thing I'd ever seen, a half hour fighting over whether we're gonna spend 150 for sending secretaries to learn a computer. I can still remember it.
You got to see
We
exactly
got all
where
this
your
new
staff
stuff, and
was
the people fought about it all night, whether these secretaries should learn new school regulations, and they voted no.
So you ran from the taxpayers and took it off the agenda and handled it?
I remember it.
Broad
It was the
allocation?
silliest thing.
I think I would support Dick's for the 1 year, cutting it in half just for 1 year. So that covers, I would support, can I talk about it? Yeah, I think so. I would support Dick's suggestion about cutting it in half for the 1 year, because I think that might cover, the 20,000 would certainly cover some of the most, right, the most important.
Okay.
I certainly think that next year we should look at it again and bring it back. But for this budget, if we're going to be cutting here and there, I think that would be advantageous. I do not support voting for each one of them. I'm sorry, Vicki. I sat through those meetings, and I was there with the 2 hours when we were discussing whether to send the secretaries to the computer. So that I certainly would not support. But I would support a cut in the 40,000, and that would also reflect another cut, because more than the 20,000, because of the substitutes that are needed for certain of the programs. So that's my opinion. Tom?
That was for the 40 in the beginning. I'll support the 20.
I'll go with you, Dick.
Hey, I'm just throwing things out. You guys decide. I'm just,
We'll go with your
you know,
50%
I still think that's
reduction.
incredibly low.
For a district this size, I think anybody else would say that it was low at 80,000 several years ago, and to get out of the hassle, it was flat cut in half to 40,000, which is a fraction of what any other district or business this size would spend on that kind of activity. We could cut it in half again, which would be a quarter of it, but in fact, I don't think it's been misspent, and I would support it at 40, and I'd support it at 20.
I don't think anyone said that it's been misspent under any circumstances. I think
So then
all
why
we're
cut
saying
it at
is
all?
that for this budget year, if we can do with the 20,000, even though it's going to be hard, I think it would be advantageous.
You know, the point is, we had 40,000 in last year, and we have 40,000 in this year, so that 40,000 is not contributing to the increase. Understand that. Okay.
We had 10,000 for
It will just
PSBA
help us
last year.
defray the cost of something else that we increased.
But it would be offset.
Whatever.
Do we have a consensus?
Any more items that we want to bring up?
I just want to make one comment. The North Penn Taxpayers Association did put together some suggestions, and we haven't dealt with any of them. Most of them had to do with...
Some of them are illegal, by the way.
Well, that's the first one. Which, you know, unless you know the state laws, one of them was eliminating the psychologists, and that is illegal. We cannot do that. There's a state mandate. And most of them also dealt with increase of class sizes, which we've discussed. Some of them dealt with negotiations, which we had not discussed, and the administrative salaries. But I would like to thank the community people who actually looked at the budget and whether or not we can do the things that they had or not, they took the time and the effort to put this together, and it is appreciated.
In order for us to move on, how many people decided on 20, 40, or 0 for the travel budget?
20?
20.
I'll support the 20.
20.
20?
Okay.
That's 20.
All right.
We cut 20.
Save another tenth of it. Now, other items from the board members on the budget, and we'll open it one more time to the audience, those who remain, who didn't get to talk earlier and that are still awake. Great. Okay, we'll close the budget discussions, and then we'll now go to support services on the breakfast program proposal. Yes, no one? Oh, I didn't see your hand. Sorry, Mary Ann. I didn't see your hand. It was.
I'll be quick, Carmen, I promise. Mary Ann Stewart, Upper Gwinnett. I really honestly see how you have all struggled on all levels to reduce this budget, and I know it has been a difficult process. Just sitting here, listening to you talk about reducing, and we're now trying to pinch pennies. And that's an admirable thing to do. I know you all feel it necessary to do that. But now you're talking about programs. I feel like you're talking about them in a vacuum. The EAP program, the student, what we categorized as student travel, and as you discuss this, staff travel, excuse me, staff travel, wrong word. Talking about staff travel, you're talking about them in a vacuum here, that we can just pull out $20,000 or $40,000, the EAP program for $35,000, but these don't operate in little vacuums in little boxes. These have ripple effects. That what we are giving to these teachers, they in turn are giving to other teachers, and in turn giving to our students. I may be looking at that a little idealistically. I don't think so. I think we are just looking at it too narrowly and not recognizing the value of those programs and how they do affect our children. And I truly believe you're trying to take away from some area. I see you struggling to do that. But I would like you to see the bottom line, and I really do believe it'll affect our children. And as Mr. Weitz has clearly pointed out twice now that I have heard him, where this millage increase is coming from, that we have to pay the piper. It's there in front of us. And now we are going to nickel and dime ourselves here and struggle through the process. It may be admirable. It really may be admirable. I see that's what you're trying to do. But I think at some point you just have to recognize this is what needs to be done. And you just do it and move on.
Thanks, Maria. Dare I ask any more?
Sure.
No.
They put up with us.
My name is Dave Massesso. I come from Talmadson Township. I really just came here tonight to observe the meeting. I've never been to one before, and I wanted to see exactly what went on. And I do think it's commendable that you're trying to deal with an issue like the budget. It's my understanding that it was thrown out to the board at one point to send the budget back to the administration to look at cutting the budget by 10%. Is that correct?
No, it was voted down.
It was voted down, but there was a motion to do that. I think that all of you here know, and I'm sure many people in the audience know, that budgets are developed from the ground up. Department heads determine what they need. It's all rolled up into a larger number, and it comes up here to be voted on. I think that it could be much more intelligently cut if the department heads had the opportunity to really look at their expenditures and what they could cut than trying to take a larger number here on the board and say, we're going to cut this. I still think that you ought to take another opportunity, take that vote again, send that budget back, and let this happen. I think you'll find, like you find in industry, that there's always money that can be found that can be eliminated from any budget at those levels. It's very hard to do at these levels. And I would just make that appeal to you. Thank you very much.
Can I ask you a question? I'm just curious. When I made my remarks about the items in there that have been decided on by other boards for the issue of revenue that we're trying to recover from reassessment appeals, when I talked to you about 16.5 mils that we will have to raise taxes, that is the absolute minimum, in my opinion. You may disagree, as you would like us to send that back. But did you understand my remarks when I said that this is 16.5 mils we have no control over at this point in time? Did you understand that? I just need to ask because I've said it twice.
I heard what you said. I'm sure you'll take exception. I don't believe it.
Thank you.
I'd like to make one comment.
Someone
They're
else.
being compared with industry. Industry does not have state mandates. That does not allow us to get rid of employees. I've worked in industry. I've worked in accounting. And what you do is you downstep. You take away certain programs or you downstaff your employees. You do layoffs, you do early retirement. That is not an option in this school district, in any school district in Pennsylvania. We do not have that ability only because we are state mandated and we cannot furlough teachers for economic reasons because we are a growing enrollment. So
But there are
please-
capital expenditures, there are expenditures that are not mandated.
But there are,
Someone said, we don't need an extra copy this year. We don't need.
That's our capital, that's fine, but as far as the general budget, as far as the general budget is concerned, when you compare us to industry, industry does not have the restrictions that this school, that
Okay,
school districts have.
We're
So I
not
just
going
want
to get into a debate here. There's another lady that's next here.
Connie Spire, Upper Gwinnett. I also picked up one of these $8 budgets that were available. And I had a very difficult time understanding a lot of what was in here. It looked like similar things were on different pages, and from listening to what some of the board members have said up here, it appears to me that maybe some of them are having some difficulty with it too. Donna had mentioned a line-by-line budget that she's been familiar with. I was looking for things itemized, and I don't know if there's something else that I could buy that would do that, would have that. But I just don't see how these board members can vote responsibly without seeing itemized lists. I'm not saying they have to vote on every single item, but I think they should be listed somewhere so they can see and understand what everything is, and what everything means.
A little explanation about the budget process, just for procedure. That budget process, like many other state mandates, we have categories. Our school district and every school district, they've got a set of numbers, and if you spend it that way, that's where it is. That's dictated by the state, and it has to do with public accounting. The bean counters know how to get to find the things the public doesn't. That's one of the reasons why, because that is an accounting code mandated thing that we have to put out. When we went through the 4 sessions to introduce the budget, the administration comes out and prepared handouts, all of those were all available to everybody, that talks about this budget in terms of programs and effect on dollars and programs and kids, and that's the way. That's probably the way that we can more directly relate to it, and the public can relate to it. But that particular document is the one that's been on display since we passed our preliminary, and is the one that's required. It's the one that our auditors and the state auditor general audits against, and how we've got to account legally for our expenditures.
Ralph, we had responsibilities to the Auditor General ourselves in municipal government, and we had not only those budgets made up to be sent into the state, but we also had ones specific for the elected body to be able to go line to line to line, and that's what we did. We did a combination of line-to-line budgets and zero-based budgets, and I believe we could set up a really better situation for ourselves. Pardon me?
What's the North Wales budget? How much?
I don't know what it is now. After I left, they went into the earned income tax and made a coup
How
of
much,
money. I don't have that.
In perspective to this budget.
Oh, my God, everything in perspective of this budget is de
And
minimis.
that's our point, is there has to be a roll-up, and that's why we have the budget sessions to review the individual items that go into those things each time, and we get handouts on that. So it's really granulated down in the different things. We don't have the specific teachers in there by person, but we know that there's 35 teachers that make an average of this, and that's put in there. In fact, for the elementary schools, I think it's put in, for all the schools, it's put in by position, correct? The actual amount of each teacher. So there is a way to get to that, And that's what we rely on being provided by the.
But those things are obvious on their face. They're things that we know actually exist, and you have provided us, or those up here have provided us with details of what each employee makes. But there are many things we don't know exist. We had board members the other night that found out, that psychologists are state mandated. There are board members that did not know that.
Mrs.
So I say,
Mango.
okay, forget that. There are so many things we don't know because we don't see them.
But, Mrs. Mango, you make a good point, but so does Mr. Bowman, in the sense that there are 2,500 line items in that budget, Dennis? One line item may represent 1,000 purchases, 800 teachers. If you detail every line item, what you're going to have is the same thing you have in the government printing offices. We're going to have a set of budget books that run from here to the end of the table with every single expenditure in the district in there. Now, that's possible, but
I need two more staff people to do it.
How many?
I need at least 2 more staff people to get it done.
I bet.
No, I think we just need access to information.
To be perfectly honest, I don't know how,
Computerization, we'd have.
How about the departmental
I don't know how
budget?
many other school district budgets our board members see, but I know my colleagues that have seen our budget can't understand why we give all this detail. They think this is a ton of detail.
We looked at other school district budgets to see if we could streamline it and do it more effectively. Many school districts hand out 2, 3, 5-page budget summaries, period. This is the accounting budget that goes to the state. It's more detailed. Obviously, it's confusing because it's not designed for public review. It's designed for an accounting function, an accounting purpose.
We left Mrs. Spire up here.
Yes.
Well,
So
I just would like to make sure that the board members understand. If I have some difficulty with it, I can understand. I mean, I can accept that, because I know I can always call. I did have a few other questions. I hope that wasn't all of my 5 minutes with everyone else talking. Okay. Another question I had was, I think Dr. Elko had mentioned something about decreasing the general fund by 1.5 million. I was just curious.
That was Mr. Bowman.
Oh, okay. I was wondering what is in the general fund, I guess, and how much is left in there after it's decreased.
The whole budget essentially is what you're holding there is the general fund. And if you look on page, I think it's 2, the bottom right corner, you'll see a figure of 1.5 for budgetary reserve. That's what it's called, Dennis?
Yes.
Am I quoting chapter and verse correctly here, so I'm not misleading her? That was in there to account for the salary as salaries of teachers that was in our proposal that was rejected by the union. And because that's negotiations, that's all I'll say.
Okay. I guess I was also wondering if there was, I know each year litigation fees are different, but I'm wondering for previous years, whether you have the past year's amount that the district had to put out for litigation. Is that available?
Yes, ma'am.
Are you speaking about, say, our solicitor's fee and legal fees?
Yeah, legal.
Yes. If you want to give me a call, I'd be happy to get it for you.
Oh, okay. All right. I also wanted to say that I would support language at an elementary level. I think that is something that's important. It is a concern about where the money would come from, but I do think it's something that's very valid and worth pursuing. The class size that Mrs. Prykowski had mentioned, I think is similar to what the elementary already is. I think it's 25. You had said at primary, and I think that's where it is. You said 26 for a few of the upper grades, and it's, I think, 28, but 26 sounds good to me. We want to lower it. I was very concerned to hear some parents talk about 33 or 34 students in a first grade class at York Avenue. Is that something that actually has taken place?
That's
Past.
2 years.
Oh, okay, because I thought that I had been told that we'd never exceeded the guidelines by more than 1 or 2 students And at first grade, that's 25.
We had fought with Mr. Kemper over that in his aides, but York Avenue doesn't have the space, is the problem.
It's green space.
And there's no room for modulars at York Avenue?
No. It's a single school, so, unless we're going to rent space from people across the street. I often bought it, I've got an acre of land, but I'm only 4 blocks away, but no, York
Okay.
Avenue just doesn't have the space.
But you should know that what we did do was employ some aides.
Yes.
I'm sorry, what?
We did put some aides in those classes because we couldn't create new classes, there just were not rooms sufficient to do that.
Okay, all right, I think that's, thank you.
Okay, thanks. Sir, you've already been up. Is there anyone else that wants to speak first? Okay. Warren?
Warren McNeil, North Wales. I was not going to say anything, but we have spent 3, almost 4 hours talking about $1.10 per school day, which equates to a Coke and a hamburger at McDonald's. For the men, the $198 a year equates to a cheap suit at today's man.
Why do you look at me when you say
No, I just wasn't looking at you, Adam. Or a good one-day sale at Macy's. I would think that the value that would be added to this community and the support for the children, who really are the future of not only this community, but as a society. Why are we spending 4 hours nickel and diming? The fact is, David has laid out to you twice. I've heard it. There's not a whole lot you can do here. Yes, no one likes taxes. Believe me, I don't like taxes. I don't think anybody sitting around this table likes taxes. But the reality of it is, they're necessary. Until society comes up with a better way of funding education, real estate tax increases have to occur. And I think it is not a good use of the brain power sitting around this table for 4 hours to come up with what I calculate to be a little bit over maybe 200,000 if you throw in the EAP. I mean, maybe. It just doesn't make good sense. Now, if you folks want to continue this, I have nothing to do tomorrow. I don't have class. So I'll be glad to listen, but I'm not learning anything from this discussion, except for the fact we have a tough budget year. Thank you.
Breakfast program.
I'm sorry, ma'am. Go ahead. Yeah.
My name is Chris. Yeah, my name is Chris Duffy, and I live in Hatfield. That's right. I live in Hatfield. I came originally tonight to talk about the class sizes, and of course I was glorifying how wonderful my Hatfield school is and the school district. I realized from sitting here that a lot of the time that we have been discussing hasn't just been you guys. You've given us that opportunity to talk, and I appreciate it. I was starting to nod out. Unfortunately, you can't do that. But I was nodding out, but I woke up when you talked about the cutting back on the staff trips. That's right, how to say it. Staff, yeah. Right, staff travel. Will they still be able to go to these different workshops if they want to pay their own way? I realize how important it is to get that extra zap every once in a while, pick up something new, learn something new and bring it back to the school to help the kids and the teachers.
I heard the board indicate that we would have $20,000 to spend.
So
we would still be able to fund a portion of the travel, but obviously not all of it. So if a
Right.
staff member wanted to go and the district wasn't funding it, then they would have to pay for the travel, and I would assume, since we wouldn't be funding it, they would have to pay for the substitute teacher as well.
So you woke me up on that one, and it was a shame it got passed before we got a chance to say anything about it. But I think you might have been, I think you might have jumped the gun on that one. And I guess there's not much I can do about it since you've already voted.
Well, we haven't voted.
Well,
It
you
was just
did you
recommended.
recommend, just, okay. Oh, well, then that makes me much happier.
vote till next week.
Thanks a lot.
Consensus for direction. Okay. Now, one last person.
Dick, while that gentleman's coming up, I do have to say something. I get a little nervous. As much as I enjoyed my good neighbor Warren making fun of Bill's suit, that's hysterical. I do get upset when people, well, it's a Coke, it's a pizza, last year was a case of beer from one resident, or it's a cheap suit, it's a Macy's deal. But can I just point out that this proposed, was it about $188 increase? What that means to me, not personally, but what it means to what I do. I house homeless folks, and Warren knows that probably better than anybody. He's a neighbor where I do such work. And last year, my ladies, between SSI and Social Security, and after their Medicare deduction is taken out, were getting, it's just about $15 a month in their increase from the government. It was like $14.80 something. Anyway, times 12, they're still not making it. The increase proposed, or was proposed last week, would not cover what they were hit with last year. So, we all laugh because I think we're fortunate and can laugh at it, but I do house folks. I have 49 of them, and I hear from ladies every day that the Social Security no longer makes the taxes. And it's a very serious thing, and it's not blown out of proportion. You can call out on aging and find that out for yourself. But for me, it's very real, and so I'm motivated maybe a little differently. Sure, I'll pay the $180 for myself personally, but I'm not making the decision for myself tonight. So.
Dick, I'd like to add to that also, if I could, just real quickly. I haven't talked too much. Sir, I'd like to also address that I have 3 kids in the district, and I certainly understand that taxes will go up. But it's been brought out many times of the shortfall because of the tax real estate assessment appeals. Business is talking to us, sir. Business is moving out. Business is not standing for this, and business has helped put school board directors here that are prudent. And I know it's painstaking, and I know it seems like we're nickel and diming, but I feel it's something we have to do. And I needed to say that because I don't like doing this any better than anybody else, but I feel it's something we have to go through.
Okay, sir, you're on again.
Yet again. I want to, first of all, thank all of you tonight. I was so impressed with the care, the concern, the agonizing that I see taking place tonight. It's clear any cuts that happen at this point are going to hurt something somewhere. I just want to speak to something that's near and dear to my heart. I'm concerned that one of the line items on the table is the elementary music program, the 3 positions. 50 minutes a week is not excessive for that. That is the spawning ground of the entire performance-oriented program that we have such an incredible percentage of the students participating in this district, where they learn pitch, rhythm, the basics, the fundamentals, the exposure to all different types of music, the instruments, which so many of them participate in. I'm going to leave my employer nameless. I can tell you what happens with cutbacks. 22 years ago, where I teach, there were 120 musicians in the band. And that was just the musicians. We needed 5 school buses to take them somewhere with the band front and everything else. Then hard times came. It was at least 15 years ago. I don't recall the exact date when that happened. The starting point for instrumental music was moved to the 6th grade. And at that time, I was full-time in a middle school teaching instrumental music. And the bottom fell out there. There was a window of opportunity that passed. And the program has never recovered. We were getting it back. It took almost this entire time to get numbers back in the elementary, the middle schools. In the meantime, the staffing was never put back to the level it had been at. I was 2 days in the middle school, 2 days in a large elementary, 1 day in a small elementary. Had gotten numbers back up to about 50 students in the middle school. 2 years ago, they eliminated half the instrumental music staff. I now have a day in a building. I have 5 buildings, and I have at the most 20 students per elementary school, and my numbers are down to 30 in my middle school. And I'm almost crying. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone that has this book?
I'm tired. My name is Jenny Collins. I live in Tallmadge, and I was concerned about Mrs. Leahy's remarks about cutting back elementary music programs. Can you give us any peace of mind about any unofficial remarks about how other people feel about that?
I'm not in favor of cutting it.
What I had asked, and I'll say it one more time, was the necessity, if we did not hire the 3 teachers, would that be a significant cut in the program itself? Obviously, Mr. Keffer came up with that he felt if he did not have those 3 teachers, that it would mean a significant cut or a redoing of the program. So I believe he answered the question.
So has the subject been pretty much
and I think
dropped
it's
then?
pretty
We can
much been
relax?
dropped as far as, I'm not sure.
Oh, good. That wasn't made clear. I'm happy.
Nobody else is.
Can we move on to the last 2 items? Is there anyone else that wants to talk about the budget? One last final thing? Okay, great. Thank you. A breakfast program.
Serving now?
Starting right now. Speaking of breakfast. I was planning to have a little break after the budget discussion, but I don't think that's appropriate. Let's press on.
Bill, I assume you have samples here first.
I was going to say, if I was a better tactician, I would have had breakfast brought in the door just about now. In deference to the time and to the few people left in the audience, I'm going to change my presentation a little bit and simply say that, as I indicated on the green sheet, that a school breakfast program is estimated to cost about 80 cents and would be a full cost recovery program, just as a school lunch program is a full cost recovery program. This would not be something budgeted in the general fund budgeted, and at no expense to the taxpayers, which ought to be good news. I would like to take just a moment, though, because she's been so patient, and ask Joan Riley to just make a couple of comments. All of you, I think, on the board know Joan. Joan has been a proponent and an advocate for school breakfast for many years. She sees the results of kids coming to school each day without a decent breakfast, and it cuts across all economic lines. We're not talking about children from needy families. We're talking about all students. And so I'd just like to take a couple minutes and ask Joan to speak to you about the kinds of things that she sees on a daily basis and how a breakfast program could help her and help the educational program. Joan?
Would you like to sit here instead so that you have someplace to sit?
Oh, no, this is, I'm not that tired. Thank you very much, anyway.
Point out that Joan is a school nurse.
To tell you the truth, I'm hungry. I think, like most of us are here, thank you, Bill. I do feel very strongly about this because I think, having been in school nursing here for 23 years, and I speak not just for myself but for our other school nurses who do witness our students coming into school in the morning, feeling they're coming into us about 9:30, 10 o'clock in the morning. They're saying they feel very shaky, they feel very tired, and they feel like they have a headache coming on. And after we do our assessment and take some little health testing on them, we realize, indeed, a lot of them have not had any breakfast. They have not eaten before coming to school in the morning. A lot of them have not eaten before 6 o'clock the night before. So we're talking going 12, 14 hours without food. And as adults, we all know when that happens because we've all witnessed that ourselves. Your blood sugar drops down, and you begin to have these kinds of symptoms, and you begin to go into hypoglycemia. So it's a known fact that we do need to eat, we do need nourishment, and especially our school children at this age need this kind of nourishment. So We certainly applaud this kind of program. We certainly hope that, I know that many parents are for it because they too feel like they're not at home many times before their children even leave for school. They themselves are out working or going to work and probably not getting the nourishment they themselves need also for their long work day. So I think they would welcome this program. Certainly teachers and nurses would welcome this program, and we support it wholeheartedly. Thank you.
Joan, thank you. I could spend the next hour giving you university studies that would prove the necessity. I would be killed, right? I will throw out just a couple of statistics, though, that I think are important as you make a decision here. The first one being that we are now at about 11% of our student population who do qualify for free and reduced price lunches. That 11%, or well over 1,000 children, would also qualify for free and reduced price breakfasts. And again, the need for a breakfast program, I would like to reiterate, I don't feel should be a decision made across economic lines, because I think that all 12,000 students in the North Penn School District would benefit from the availability of a low-cost breakfast program, which, as I mentioned, we are estimating to cost about 80 cents. The other thing that I would like to bring to your attention, last year, and probably Mrs. Leahy knows this, last year, in order to promote breakfast programs, the state of Pennsylvania offered an incentive to school districts, and the incentive was that if a school district implemented a breakfast program, the state would give an additional 2 cents toward the lunch program. And if, in fact, you were able to develop 20% of your student body eating breakfast, they would give you 4 cents. What that would have meant in this school year is an additional $20,000 toward the lunch program. So I reported last month that we were at $30,000 in the black. We would have, in fact, been $50,000 in the black. So
You're going to start giving that back to us?
Well, it certainly would go to, my point being, it would support the lunch program. We would be immediately eligible for the additional 2 cents for every lunch, and we serve about 1,000,001 lunches a year. So conservatively speaking, we're looking at about $21,000 of new money. If we are able to generate the 20% worth of participation, we're looking in excess of $40,000. Quite frankly, what that would allow me to do is to not raise the price of lunch for the 4th year in a row. And depending upon the decision you make at next week's board meeting, that would have an impact on what my recommendation will be to you for the price of lunches next year. I feel very confident, and I don't mean to be dangling a carrot, but I do feel very confident that if the board sees the wisdom of allowing this program to go ahead, that we will not be recommending a price increase for lunches, again, as I said, for the 4th year in a row.
I have one question. When would you serve these breakfasts?
We are looking at a very narrow window in the majority of schools from 9 to 9:15. National statistics would tell you that we could expect 18% of the student body to participate. We currently have an a la carte breakfast program at the high school, which opens in about 6 hours, so if we're still here, I invite you to avail yourself of, but it's an a la carte program. It's not a federally subsidized program. And we feed 10% of the student body in 15 minutes. So what we're looking to do, the doors, the typical elementary school, open at 9 o'clock and the first bell rings at 9:15. We are suggesting that we can feed 50 kids, or 10% of the typical school, in those 15 minutes.
I'm all for the breakfast program, and I've always said that, children have to have a good breakfast to get it. Unfortunately, the kids don't. But in any case, I think the time limit is the problem. Some of the schools don't open at 9.
Several of the principals were in the room earlier. The only one that I see left is Dr. Burke Stevenson. We have discussed this at some length. We have to be very careful that, and we understand that we have a commitment to BASE, and BASE has a commitment to us. But BASE, in the majority of our schools, the majority of our schools are what we call late schools. They open at 9 o'clock. The door opens at 9 o'clock and the first bell rings at 9:15. We have 3 schools, Englewood, Oak Park, and North Wales, that open the door at 8:35 and the bell rings at 8:50. BASE vacates the cafeteria at 9 o'clock. I'd like to hope that as this program wears on that we could try to get 20 minutes a morning to do this, And in discussing this with Dr. Burke-Stevenson and Dr. Kemmer and Dr. Robinson, who were on the initial committee, we feel very confident that we can accommodate that 10 to 18% that we anticipate participating in that time frame. We're not concerned about that. And they as representatives of the elementary principals in particular, feel comfortable in our being able to do that.
I really do have a problem with the time. I think if we brought the children in a little bit earlier, then that would give.
You don't go out of there, and I support it with no change in the bus or bell schedule.
No. We are not asking for, Mr. Reckamp just mentioned, we are not asking for any change in the transportation system. We are not asking for any change in the bell schedule. As Mrs. Riley pointed out to you earlier, it is not unusual to have a number of students come to the nurse's office during the course of the morning. They are out of the educational program while they are there. What I am suggesting is that those kids, if they have the ability to come and eat breakfast, and it takes a couple of extra minutes, and principals and teachers can see the need for that, we have to be very sensitive to not taking time away from the instructional program. That will be our foremost goal. It will be a very structured type of program. The food service department will have a supervisor there to control the situation. Again, we have spent many hours, the committee and I and the principals discussing this, and we feel very confident in being able to recommend this to you.
And all of this is under the food service?
All of this is under the food services department. That's correct.
Bill, any possibility of the base kids being able to go in, eat earlier since they're already on the premises and get them out?
I discussed that with
9 to 15
Mrs.
rush?
Stahl. I've made that offer. At the current time, it serves her purpose very well to serve her children about 7:30 in the morning. We're proposing to do this at 9 o'clock, and she's saying that's just too long for her kids to wait, and we respect that. I think perhaps what will happen as time goes on, she may find that there may be some aspects of our program that she can avail herself of, but at this time, our program doesn't work well with hers.
Okay, I had an opportunity in a private academy, an administrator there, to have this program receive the funding for this program through the school lunch program. And, I hate to sound warm and fuzzy, but this is a wonderful program, and I would totally support it. Thank you. I don't ever want to get anybody encouraged.
Any other questions on the breakfast program? Any comments or
Bill,
questions from the
yeah.
audience? Oh, you had some?
Just one,
Okay,
little.
go ahead.
Bill mentioned this to me as we were leaving at the last meeting, and so I went home and I asked my second grader. He'd love to have breakfast at school. So you have my vote.
It's because you always have oatmeal.
Oatmeal.
Any comments from the audience? Okay, move on to Fred. It's been so long, the Family Medical Leave Act.
Yes, thank you. I'll rush through this for two reasons. One, it's awfully late, and the second reason is we've been here for so long, my prescription's changed on my glasses, and I'm having trouble reading this.
You should see the graying in your hair.
What hair? The Family and Medical Leave Act is another one of the federal mandates that we see on occasion. It was actually signed into law in February of 1993 to become effective as of February the 5th, 1994. We've operated since that time under the same guidelines as what I'm proposing here. What it says very simply is that a person, in order to be eligible for the family and medical leave, they must have worked at least 12 months in the school district, and out of that 12 months, they must have worked at least a minimum of 1,250 hours. The law closely defines what qualifies for people to take under the Family and Medical Leave Act: birth of a child, placement of a child with employee for adoption or foster care, caring for a spouse, parent, or child, if any of them has a serious health condition, and fourthly, serious illness of the employee. The leave itself is an unpaid leave, but the district is responsible to continue providing benefits up to the 12 weeks, so that the benefits would be continued at the same level that those benefits were being offered at the time the person went on to onto the family medical leave. Because it impacts on all of our employees and because we have a collective bargaining agreement with our teachers, we will be required to meet and discuss on this issue with them, and within the next week or two, we will be doing that. I've provided the board with the backup data, not only the policy, the proposed policy, which obviously needs 2 readings, but also the administrative regulations, which are quite lengthy, as well as several documents that are necessary as far as the Family Medical Leave Act is concerned. If there are any questions at this point, I'd certainly be more than happy to answer them.
Fred, is it law for the state, for school
It's a
districts?
federal law.
Wait, is it federal law that we have to keep the health coverage and
Yes.
pay for it, or that they can pay for it?
Now, for the 12 weeks, we pay for that.
And that's part of the federal law?
That is the federal law.
Okay.
Question on the hours and the 12 months. Are they 12 consecutive months through the summer? And the hours, do our, like the teachers that work the 9-month schedule, do they
No, it
fill
really
those
doesn't say they have to be consecutive hours. It says it must be 1,250 hours over the course of the 12 months.
And all of our full-time employees would fall within that?
Yes. This is not going to be a major cost issue for us because we don't have, we have in place our disability program and some other things that certainly will offset some of that. Vacation time, if it's a full-time person, could be counted toward that leave. Sick leave could be counted toward it. If a person is on payment from workers' compensation or something like that, all that time would be counted toward it. But the major impact this will have on us will be for maternity leave, I think. Typically, that's a 6 to 8 week period that they would be covered, and this would extend it for several more weeks.
But the law kind of governs what we have to do to allow them to take the leave.
I'm sorry, Vic, I didn't quite hear you.
You've pretty much said that the provisions of this are guided by the Family Leave Act. But what I would like to know is what flexibility do we have governing the return of the employee? So that there's some consideration for the classroom disruption, so that we can make a balance off those needs and protect the educational integrity of a classroom from last-minute disruptions and an unnecessary change in staff, and leave a little room there for us. Are you recommending anything on that?
This doesn't really impact on our leave policy. If a person is disabled and returns immediately following the disability, we have no control over that. We cannot decide what date they return. It's no different than if a person has a heart attack, they're out for 12 weeks, the doctor says they're now well enough to return to work, they can come back that next day. That's true of any kind of disability. But we do have a policy in place, as I think most of the board is aware of that, governing how we control returns from leaves for our teachers in particular. And this doesn't really impact on that.
But this is now the time when we're looking at an associated policy with the Family Leave Act. Is that not correct? Because they're all together here?
Well, what
We're
you
getting them
have
all
here is-
together as the Family Leave Act, and also the one on maternity leave and childbearing, which was a center of controversy just a couple of months ago, so.
Yes, and if you recall, the result of that was that we are committed to bring that whole policy to you regarding whatever changes might be made relative to the return from that leave. The reason that's a part of this packet is because there is new language in there that refers to the use of sick leave to be counted toward the time that people are on family medical leave.
So this isn't actually the formal revisiting of this?
This has nothing to do with the
Okay, it just
revisiting of
happened that it's just falling in
That's
with
correct.
this. Okay. All right, thank you, because I'd like to have some consideration given to the rewording of that one aspect of the policy to leave us a little bit more room
We
to
had
work
promised the
with.
board that as time would allow it, we would get
Thank
back
you.
to that.
Any other questions or comments from the board? From the audience? Oh, you got someone? That's all right.
I came here tonight,
Your name?
kind of with the, Evelyn Kerr.
Came here
I'm from
yesterday.
Tallmadge. I purposely came here to listen to the budget, but I knew that was going to be long. But my concern, I thought that this last issue was going to deal with the issue that was brought about 2 months ago at Inglewood. It's not an Inglewood issue, it's a district-wide issue. It happened at many schools, and I'm concerned that if this is not the time that we're going to discuss it, when are we going to discuss it, and when are we going to talk about recommendations for changes and what kind of changes are out there for us? Because I can tell you for a fact, I will be back here in September with the same problem in the same school with another child that will be affected by it, dealing with another teacher. Rumors as they go have told me that I'm not supposed to know this already, but I do know that the same situation is going to occur, and it's being put under the hat until school closes, and nobody's being told about it.
Mrs. Kerr, who is doing that?
I don't know. I mean, I was told, like I said, rumors go that there's a teacher pregnant again next year that will interrupt the classroom, and my daughter will be involved in that. And I can tell you for the experience that I'm going through now with my son being interrupted in his 4th marking period, after speaking to everybody that came to the meeting that we had with the, Dr. Elko and Donna, that things were mentioned there, that changes were, that there was not enough time to make any changes, that it was happening. We were given 2 weeks and there was not enough time to do anything else about it. This was what we had to live with. I've seen changes in my son's grades. I've got the papers saved. I've talked to the teachers there. I've talked to the teachers concerning there is personality differences that you have to deal with. She has to come down to maybe what's not her expectations of those kids in order not to blow the kids out of the wall. There's just differences in personalities, differences in children, and they cannot be asked to just all of a sudden change in a week's time to a whole new teacher when I'm asking that, is there any possible, I mean, this was not an emergency. The teacher has every right to be pregnant and to come back, but to bring a teacher back in the 4th marking period when you substituted that teacher or did whatever you did with the teacher for 6 weeks in the beginning of the school year, and you chose not to do that at the end of the school year, I really have a hard time
I didn't
with
mean to get you off on that subject the way you have. I thought you were suggesting with your earlier conversation that there was some kind of insidious deed going on, that
Not by
somebody
your
was
part.
secretly pregnant and you weren't supposed to know it.
No, not by anybody here, but in the school where I'm attending and my children are attending, I mean, it's known, and rumor is starting to go through the school, and it'll be a matter of time before it will spread that the teacher's pregnant. The teacher's afraid to tell anybody
That's a
for
given,
what
I think.
happened 2 months ago. And what I'm saying is, tell the parents. Be honest with the parents and tell the parents, because this is what upset a majority of the parents in that meeting, that they got a letter sent home with the children that, as you know, we're replacing so-and-so when so-and-so is coming back. Well,
But Mrs. Kerr, you're standing here tonight asking us to tell the parents. I don't even know who the person is that you're saying is pregnant.
Well, like I said, without going into details, all I'm asking of the board is to please put this on an agenda before next year, before I'm told again next year that they're going to do this again, and there's no time to change it.
Mrs. Kerr.
Because it happens every year.
You heard Mrs. Mangle and I both say that this would be the policy would be brought to the attention of the board at a public meeting so that it could be looked at prior to next year.
Right.
So we have a public meeting in July and August. So I would suspect that by July, at the public meeting, the board would be looking at a policy
Okay, like I said, I went and I
consideration.
looked at the agenda, I took that as that was part of this, because in some of the reading, it has paragraphs that indicated to me that that might be a part of it, and I didn't fully understand it. And waited tonight just to get my comment.
Now,
that
Mrs. Mengel did not promise that the board would change the policy.
Right.
She said that it would be reviewed by the board.
Because I
She
don't
can't
know,
make that
I don't
promise.
know the
5 board
answer
members
to it.
can only
I mean,
change
I
it.
can't.
I'd have you promising to change the budget. If I had that much power, Evelyn.
I don't know
No,
the
but it
answer
has to be
it.
revisited.
But I just wanted to, I don't want it to fall behind. And like I said, it's not just for me, it's not just for my kids, because I'm going to tell you right now, I'm going to make sure my child's not in that class next year. But for other children and other kids, if you take a poll and consensus of parents and ask them what their opinion on it is, I will grant you that you'll get most of the parents saying if they can do anything to keep continuity in the elementary grades with a teacher all year versus pulling teachers in and out, where it can be possibly another solution to it. And I know, again, we're talking possibly money. And a big issue at this time is talking about having additional funds there to pay the teacher salary versus a substitute salary. But when you're talking the difference in what the kids have experienced in this fourth quarter, I went through the week of the crying between the teachers, the students, you know, pushing the full-time teacher in the back of the room and having the other teacher come back. You know, the compromise that we tried to make at that meeting of allowing the other teacher to stay for 4 days, that was terrible. I mean, that was not an answer to it, because that teacher had to sit in the back of her room and watch another teacher take over her class. And I can tell you the comments that were made during that. I mean, it's just a sad situation.
We'll look at it, Mrs. Scott. Thank you. Any other comments on the Medical Leave Act? Great. Oh, I would like to announce that last week we had an executive session to discuss personnel issues, as well as a short executive session tonight before the meeting. We're adjourned.